We're just gonna go.
Blame Sid for this.
You blame me?
Sid.
Don't you dare! Don't
Why can't I go live?
Don't blame me for your inability to go live.
No! Why is it all tagged? Why is shrimping time tagged? What? Hello?
What?
I literally put shrimping time and it wouldn't let me.
It's
Where the fuck is my? What the hell?
What's that? It's literally just
I
me
don't
having
know. Not the Twitch moderation. I don't
That's
even
so
think you could have
dumb.
put dick eating time.
Fine, I'll
Huh?
put shrimp time. Hello? Whatever, I
Why?
put shrimp time and now I'm live. They can't hear you guys.
Why
So
is
I'm,
my-
We know they
It's
can't
rocking
hear.
time. It's rocking time.
rock.
It's rocking time. Hey,
This
yo.
is
Hey,
rigged.
yo.
This is
Whoa
rigged.
there, El Macaco. Whoa.
Gangs. Okay. I don't know
Damn.
what his favorite tune isn't Pebbles, seeing as how they are the rock boy.
Oh my god, why is Duolingo
That's
earn
literally how
use
I
by
was like.
Duolingo?
purchasing or gifting subsidy of the rock
Ew,
boy? Why is
Duolingo. Ew.
why is it Duolingo?
You still use Duolingo?
No, it's on Twitch.
It's on Twitch. Duolingo is on Twitch apparently, mate. I don't know what to do about that.
Dude, I will never use Duolingo for what they did to their employees.
Literally.
Yeah. Didn't they just turn it all into like AI?
Yeah, they
Yes,
fired
did.
over 900 people to just use AI.
Literally,
Yeah.
they suck. The company
Probably to
sucks
save budget, but
ass.
yeah. To save budget,
Oh
yeah,
yes,
but
because
still.
a multi-million-dollar corporation.
Literally.
I don't know. Yeah, what do you expect?
They're like a multi-million because people used it.
I know.
I don't know
That's
what
why
you
I said
expect, mate.
multi-million.
Yeah, I don't know what you expect.
It's
Genuinely.
not billion, dude. I'm surprised people don't riot against Walmart for how shitty it treats its fucking employees.
Dude, Walmart sucks. We all know that, but we can't not use it because sometimes Walmart is the only thing, like in certain areas.
Yeah, it's also pretty cheap in certain areas too. So
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get going. I will call
Okay.
y'all back when I get home.
Okay.
yeah, see ya, mate.
Bye.
Oh my god, I forgot to do my thing. I forgot to self-promote.
Oh yeah, I should probably also do that.
We totally forgot. We
We
spaced that.
completely forgot. We got
I was
into
like-
we got into a discussion about Duolingo being a fucking shit company that we forgot to promote our streams. Who is this
totally
person
did, man.
staring at us?
I don't know. I'm
Who
too
are
busy
you?
going to my clipboard. I was gonna put my thing being I'm a shrimp and then my Twitch.
I'm
Like,
shrimping it, bro.
shut up.
I'm shrimping off.
You go, mate. You work it.
I'm shrimping off, bro.
That's crazy, man.
Not I'm love, I'm live.
Your love? Oh my god, dude, that's.
I'm in love with
I'm
you.
so proud of you. Hello? Pause? Wait a minute, mate. I think something's a little wrong here.
Yeah, you're gay.
I am gay.
Yeah, you're gay. I'm
Gay
not.
or European.
I thought you were American.
I'm a lesbian. I thought you were
I thought
American.
You were American. Do you want to just
Oh
join
my
a random
God.
run?
You have to give me a minute, mate. I'm still self-promoting. See, unlike you, I'm in more servers,
Yo, thank you
so
for the follow. Cat Tears 26.
how dare there be another cat here?
There's-
Estimate.
like last night, there was another cat.
Shut up. Yeah.
Hi. There was Scarly Cat 2016, and now there's Cat Ears 26.
I can't believe there's more cats.
Welcome back,
What
El
is
Macaco.
this? Why are there more cats? El Macaco went to my stream saying salami. It's Sid.
What?
Elma Keko came to my stream going, "It's salami time!" Sent me a whole bunch of wiggly emotes and then left to your stream again.
Well, yeah, you're shrimping it, bro.
I am shrimping
You're
it.
shrimping it on stream, dude.
I got a shrimp, man. What does that even mean? It
Oh,
cannot
I
be a
forgot
bad
she's
thing.
on the board.
Dude, it's almost over anyways. I thought she was
Thank
gonna show up.
fuck.
Egg.
I
Egg.
hate
He sent me a whole bunch of eggs.
lol.
And a Tic Tac. And
Tic
oh, I
Tac
got the orange Tic
Toe.
Tac. No, the Tic Tacs. You know, like those breath mints.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a pro. I'm a shrimp.
ABC.
They're all gonna want me
Pro
to
Run.
change. I can feel it. Oh my
Why
god!
are there so many people? Okay, let's go to the Sproutivator. In 3, 2, 1, go. You
God
in? Okay,
damn.
there we go.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Of course I'm in. I'm the only shrimpo, mate.
Are you in?
Are you in? I'm the only shrimpo.
Can you
I don't
bend
know. Am
down
I in?
and spell run? Over and over. R-U-N. R-U-N.
Shut the
R-U-N.
Sid, shut up. Sid, I figured it out. Shut up. Shut up. That's not okay, mate.
It is. It's funny. Where the fuck did one of the people go?
I don't know. I don't think they like me being shrimpo.
Oh well. Again? Crazy, lol. Ew, I'm with these big... Bro literally
Huh?
fucking left. The fuck?
What does that even mean? What
Why
do
does
they
Sprout
mean
have
by
fancy
biggies?
purse? Why does Sprout have
How am I
fancy
supposed
purse?
to? How am I supposed to know? Why did they leave? I'm so
I
confused.
don't know.
Hi, Elma Kako.
Bro,
How
2
are
people
you?
left.
Yeah, who knows why?
Bro,
Frankum and John.
I'm shrimping
I
it.
can't believe this. The amount of emojis in my chat right now.
Hell yeah, I'm shrimping it, bro. Got an air horn.
Nice.
It's Tisha and Toodles. Hi guys. Hell
Don't you
yeah.
dare.
Watch
Don't you dare.
out! Get the fuck out of there!
Well, I'm trying to go the way that you were going.
Why? I have the Twisteds.
Just go around. Did go around, please, for the love of
I'm
God.
going to the opposite corner. I am out of stamina, bro. I was running.
Me too.
Bessie's got
I
4-star
just
stealth,
wanna-
right?
Yes, Bessie has 4-star stealth.
Okay.
Let me get to this machine, please. I can do it. Oh my God, Sprout scared the heebie-jeebies out of me. Holy shit. I've never been more
Emote?
scared in my life. No?
Did you use
I
your
used my valve. I used my valve.
Oh.
Otherwise, I'd have been on the last machine.
That was a very late get to
Oh, thank
elevator.
That was a very late get to Ellie. Everyone's at Ellie.
Fuck! This is why I like suppression. This is why I like suppression. This is why I like suppression.
Sid,
This is why
Sid,
I
it
like
is
suppression. This is
Sid,
why
it
I like
is
suppression.
floor 2. Sid, it is
This is
floor
why
2.
I
You're
like
not getting
suppression.
suppression. Sid, it is floor 2. Lizard, 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 lizard.
Where the
lizard,
fuck is
lizard.
Sprout's other trinket? Sprout just has dog flesh.
What happened to the fancy purse?
I am Steve.
El Macaco, what do you mean no one will believe me? I took a screenshot.
Lizard.
Lizard, lizard. That is all El Macaco sent me. Those lizard emotes, just lizard.
Oh my gosh, Shrimpo's here. Lizard. I'm trying to find. Oh shit, Tisha has Shrimpo. Oh shit, Tisha has. Oh shit, Sprout has. Sprout has Shrimpo. Sprout, get your ass back over here. Let me have him. Thank you. Where are
Tragic. Oh my Caco, why are you sending me so many emotes right now? It's a whole bunch of lizards. Lizard. Do it. El Macaco, do it.
Lizard.
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 Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. Imagine
Oh, I
if
see
someone
a
joins
lizard.
in at this point, like at this time, and they're like, "What the fuck are these two on?"
Lizard. My whole chat's a lizard.
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 Lizard. Oh, my chat's not
Lizard.
even. My chat's not. Oh, incoming. Incoming. Am I gonna get lizard too? Hell yeah. Lizard.
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 Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Making my way downtown.
Yes,
Walking fast.
Mark.
Faces pound.
Huh? Making my way downtown.
Way downtown. Walking fast. Faces fast. And I'm homebound.
Lizard. What is that? Why are they red? What is that? I can't see
Oh,
that.
that's from Rivet. That's from Rivet Games. They made a lizard emote.
Oh. Lizard. More lizard.
Lizard.
I would very much love lizard. Yes, hell yes, lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Do you want your panic tapes? Do you?
I don't know if they got him or not.
I don't think they do. They did have I think Shrimpo on there most of the time. If I had a sharp pin, I would pop you. I will put thumbtacks in your room. I'll check on you later then, I guess.
Why am I the one always interacting with you? It's never anyone else. It's always you.
I can do some. You can do something more. Hey yo.
Hello? Pause. Oh my god, Shrimpo.
Oh shit.
I'm okay. I just felt my life flash before my
Oh, I
eyes.
also saw my life flash.
Oh my god, we're all gonna have a heart attack. Whose ability is on cooldown? Is that the Sprouts?
I think so. No, that's not Sprout.
Oh.
Get clipped, Obsidian. Wait, what? What
Pro
did you
got
clip?
clipped.
What did you clip?
Probably
What did
you
you
said.
clip?
Probably you saying lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. I heard that.
Shut up! No, you didn't.
I
Shut
heard
up.
that.
Shut up! No, you didn't. Shut up.
Oh, you gave me a. Okay, fine. I'll use a band-aid. Shelly, I swear. Okay.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Dude, it is so hot in my room. Oh my god. I'm
Lizard.
hot. Lizard.
I heard that again.
Shut up! It wasn't me.
Also, I can do this. Oh, fuck. Hey, Siri. Set timer for 1 minute. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
I
A
was
rubber
crazy
room.
once.
A rubber room
They
with rats.
locked me
and
in
rats make me crazy.
Rubber room.
Crazy.
rubber
I was crazy
room
once.
with rats.
They locked
Rats
me
made
in
me
a rubber
crazy.
room.
I was crazy.
Rubber
Yes!
room
Good
with
job, Elma. I'm so proud of you.
rats. Crazy. I was crazy
Salem,
once.
Salem.
They
Bacon!
locked me
It's the
in
bacon!
a
Hi,
room.
Bacon!
A rubber
How are you?
room with rats. Rats
How's the
make me
bacon of Bacon's
crazy.
doing?
Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with rats. And rats made me
Bro's
crazy.
going crazy
I
over
was crazy
rats.
once. They locked me in a room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. With rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy
Oh,
once. They
Sprout's
locked me in
gone.
a rubber room with rats.
I didn't realize we lost Sprout. When did we lose Sprout? What
I
happened?
think
Did they
he
leave? Did
fucking
they quit?
left. Oh, he had to go.
Oh,
Tish
damn.
is like,
I'm getting a little
holy
crazy. Me too,
Lord.
Bacon.
Heal me at least.
Damn.
Bro, I have not let anybody fucking die. Nobody died.
Which is surprising because I'm Shrimpo.
Bro, watch us fucking...
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Shut
Don't
up.
jinx it.
What?
Shut up and sleep
Yada.
with me. I found
Hey,
Yada.
yo! Crazy?
Shut up
Are you
and
crazy?
sleep with me. Come on, why don't you come and sleep with me?
Bessie.
Shut up
Bassie,
and sleep with
Bassie,
me. Come on.
watch out. Watch the fuck out. Do not just stand there when you get hit. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm so close.
Ooh,
Yes.
Watch out.
Give me.
Watch out. Bro, watch out.
Who are you telling to watch out?
You got really close
What do you
to me.
mean? What? I didn't see you.
Look behind
I
you.
genuinely didn't see you.
Go under
Dude, I
this
still
room.
don't see you. What the
heard
fuck are you
that.
talking about? Shut up. You didn't hear shit.
This right here. Fuck!
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh. How did she see me? I was hiding behind the freaking stereo speaker thing.
Carilling myself.
Don't you dare.
Carilling myself. Quite literally. I'm tempted to.
Don't you dare.
I'm very tempted to. I'm at 1 heart now.
Don't you dare. Don't do it. Oh, hey, a Meowth appeared in my chat.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Great. Oh my god, it fits perfectly. I'm a cat.
That's right.
But right now I'm a shrimp. Meow,
you're
that's
shrimping, bro.
Bacon, it's you. Oh my god, Bacon, it's you.
You're shrimping,
Bacon,
bro.
it's you.
Well, that means that I can just lose the Twisteds at the end. I don't even need to give Sprout any tapes.
Gotta go. I'm out of stamina. Thank you, Tisha. No, I'm out of stamina.
Hell yeah. Oh my
Let's
gosh,
go.
I think we need...
Everyone's going frugal, but I'll go with you. I'll go with medical attention for you, mate. Oh my god.
I feel like this run isn't even gonna last as long. Do you guys know that those are our only healing cards for this whole thing?
Oh my god, yes I do. I
Yes,
give a crap
do.
about your health? Yeah, no, I don't. Shut the hell up.
Fuck you.
Like, oh shit, my bad.
Fuck
Sorry.
you. I'm the distractor here. Don't mind if I do. We only used 1. I know.
Oh
but
my
it
god,
shows
we used
2 healing cards each round. And
oh my
oh
god,
my
that's
gosh,
crazy.
That's crazy.
They're being such wimps. Being such wimps. I'm gonna be so genuinely honest with you. I caught Bacon.
But we can only
I caught
pick 2.
I caught Bacon. I caught the only
Bacon?
Meowth. Let's go.
Caught Bacon?
Yeah, I caught
see you.
Bacon. Bacon was the Meowth. Yeah, I see you too. Hi.
Hi.
You proud of me? I'm doing a machine.
Yeah. You're banging your head against it.
I did.
wonder
I
what his
caught
new
you,
distracting
Bacon.
animation's gonna
Oh,
be.
it'd be funny if you were punching it.
Oh, it would be hilarious. It would be hilarious.
Oh, that'd be so funny because his idol is just punching.
Literally 21 minutes late. Yeah, you're 21 minutes late. You're
Thank you.
late. You get a tardy.
Thank you.
Actually, since you're 21 minutes late, that's actually an absence.
Damn, that's wild. Bro's really pulling out the absence card right now.
Yeah, you're absent, bro. I can't believe you. Late to class? How dare you?
Late to class? Me too. Me too, bro.
We're learning
Me
the
too.
quadratic theorem.
I don't how
fucking
dare
know.
you? Without
And
me?
remember-
How
Do you
A squared plus B squared
remember
equals C squared.
the 21st,
21st night of September.
Sleeping is for the weak. Drink Minster until your heart stops.
That one's wild, mate.
Dude, the one that was complaining was Shelly.
Yeah, I know this.
Oh, okay. Don't mind if I do. Do you not have enough?
I have enough, but I have a speed candy. I'm not wasting a speed candy on a Bach.
Dude, Bach is better!
No! My speed candy will help me survive the...
Watch you end up needing the speed candy.
Shut the fuck up. You mean the Bach? You mean... Do you mean the Bach?
Yeah.
Not the speed
I meant
candy.
The Bach.
This is my machine!
Yoink. I need to find Boxton. Oh, Boxy Boo. Turns? Wait, what? What do you mean turns?
No, this is my machine! I'm Shrimpo. I can do the treadmill.
Oh, wait, are you trying to do the treadmill? I really want to see that.
Dude, I'm halfway done with it already.
Oh, Bassie's trying to give me a fucking air horn. I can't. Bassie knows. Bassie must know.
Yeah,
I wonder
probably.
if there's gonna be any Halloween stickers.
Oh, that'd be cute.
Yeah.
And like they'd have to be like in the Halloween event, but that'd be so cute.
Yeah. Cause I got the.
I'm out of stamina. I'm just gonna grab this pop.
Sticker wheel.
Am I gonna be in the way if I go this way?
Are you?
I'm just looking around because I don't want to get in your way, you know?
Get the fuck away!
Yeah, I don't want to be like in your way.
If any of you saw
Don't worry,
the Demon
guys.
Slayer
Shrimpo's
movie,
got this.
I saw the train
Yeah.
one, and then I haven't seen any of the other ones.
Trust me, the second one is basically just the filler, kinda.
Oh.
It's not that good. You got this? I do got this! What do you mean you're on last? I'm on last!
And animation with Infinity Castle. I honestly liked
Infinity Castle was so good.
I liked the meme. I haven't seen it, though.
The movie's so
love
good.
the- I
There's a
love
meme.
Where, like, people were just, like, getting into the Infinity Castle, like, it was doing, like, the do 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 do.
Oh, shit.
Did you just fail a skill check?
No, shut up!
I can't believe
I love how
you.
they go. I love how Charlie goes, "Wow, you're a legend," and then I immediately failed my skill
Wow,
check.
You're a legend. You're
Fails my skill check immediately.
Little legend. Little.
Thank
That's hard to do. Especially
Okay,
since
I'm
I'm
in.
pretty sure
Everyone's in.
I'm pretty sure my throat like is slightly closed up. It's slightly closed up.
That's sad, mate.
You want to know what I'm gonna do?
What? Nah! You did not just pull that card, mate.
Same user.
I might as well say that I'm
Got
streaming
it.
too. I
Goob!
might as well say.
It's Goob! It's Goober! It's the Goober!
That one's wild.
What are you gonna pull? You got pull. Yo. Seven, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Bro's
6,
counting.
7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fuck. 8, 9, 10. I can't save you right now, bro. 2, 3, 4.
Save who?
5. Tisha. 8,
Oh.
7, 8. Huh? I lost count.
I think you did, yeah.
I just did that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it was a 9! You can't count, Goob! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck you. 3,
Damn.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tisha, no!
Oh,
Tisha, no!
I hate elevators. Damn, the speed candy coming in clutch. Damn, poor Tisha. Was Tisha in the elevator when that happened?
She was in the elevator and then she walked down and got sniped by a goob.
That's wild.
Oh my gosh, she got snatched.
Damn. Couldn't be me.
Pro shrimp, maybe?
Me? A pro shrimp? No, I just know how to get in the fucking way.
Oh, Lordy! It's Yada and Louie. Oh my gosh. We're just missing Blot.
Are you going to your usual distracting area? Because if so, I'll move out the way.
I forgot where my usual
I don't-
on this map is.
Broken?
Yeah, I'm going to Broken. There's a treadmill over here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay, I'm getting the fuck away then. Okay. I'm going away through the back end.
Where's the treadmill?
Where are you going?
I don't know, I'm lost. Where's the treadmill?
It's at the broken elevator.
Oh. No, never mind.
Okay, I'm going to the broken. I think Bassie's gonna do it.
Yeah, someone else can do it, not me. I'll pass.
Bassie,
I'll
don't
just do this.
fucking walk past it, bro. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I swear to god, do I have to go do it? Do I have to go do
the
it?
machine, please. Oh, she gave me a
I swear to
box
god,
of
if I do it.
chocolates.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm full, though. I'm full. Oh no, I can't grab it. I can't
I'll grab it.
I'm tempted to just use the box of chocolates to get another box of chocolate.
Might as well, in all honesty. I'm gonna be so for real with you. It's not even a waste. You can still get another box of chocolate.
Yoink. Whee. I just realized Bassie might think that, like, I ate it just to eat it. Like, I took it and then eat it. Or took it and then ate it.
Yeah,
Are
probably.
you at the elevator?
Everyone's oh, I don't know where Shelly went.
Shelly! Get
Shelly
your
was
ass
at
to
LA,
the
and then
elevator.
Shelly left LA. Oh, there's Shelly.
Get in!
Shelly! Oh my god.
Think your classmates are freaky.
Damn.
Lamau?
Sid, I think you're
Lamau?
freaky.
Yeah, I already know. But they think that their classmates are freaky.
You know, they probably are.
Thank you, Go Bot!
Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot.
So Bassie is AFK.
Yep. I'll try to stay out the way, but if I accidentally get in the way, I'm so sorry.
I am trying.
Someone's DMing me for a commission. This is a horrible time to do this.
Let's
Oh my
fucking go.
god. Let's go. It's not for money though. It's for Robux. Still though.
I need to
Still.
find Boxton. I
need the
clue where
Robux for
Boxton is. So just be careful.
Boxton's right next to me. Oh my god. How did he not see me? He stared at me.
Get your
Stared at me
ass
for
over
a
here.
good solid few seconds and then just
I
walked
got
away.
Boxton.
How did he not see me?
I don't know. Pick one, Tisha or Coco. Tisha. I have not played Coco before.
Coco's not bad.
I have no clue what Coco's stats are.
Coco's stats is mostly based off stealth and stamina and
so-
movement speed.
So Coco's pretty stealthy
Basically.
then.
Yeah, horrible extraction and horrible skill check. Fuck, I keep failing my skill checks.
Okay, Tisha then.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
So, like, with Coco, she has, I think two are 1-star in
You'll be
skill
Tisha
check,
again?
and then stealth is 4-star. Movement speed is 4-star,
Ooh.
or I think stealth is 5-star, and then stamina is like a 2, I think, a 2 or a 1,
Ooh.
because Coco has really bad. Her stats are pretty bad, just to make up for the movement speed and everything.
Oh, why is it stuck in my head now? It's not even the right version of the song. It's just the, hey, Sid made up this version in their head. Let's go with it version.
Oh.
That's what my brain
Don't
does
give-
to half the songs. Guys, get
Bessie
to the
gave me-
elevator.
Bessie gave me an extraction candy, but I can't pick it up, so it's just on the floor.
Damn.
Bassie's back. Oh, that's good, I guess.
Shelly! Shelly, do not walk into the wall, bro. Did she just inspire me? I've been inspired, bro. Look at this, I've been inspired.
Damn, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I got inspired. It's stopwatches. 3 skill check, 4 speed stealth, 2 stamina extraction on Coco. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she's basically fast, but very
I ran
stealthy,
into
so
a
she's kind of
wall.
useless.
Oh, hey, we're at floor 10.
Yeah.
So sad.
Damn, imagine being sad that you ran into a wall. Oh my god.
That actually worked? What the hell?
What the fuck?
It didn't get tagged? Holy
That
fuck.
one's crazy.
I can't see shit. Guys,
I can't
you're
either, so I'll let you know if
can't
I-
see a fucking thing. I need to
Neither can I.
Who saw me? Where are you?
For fuck's sake.
Someone's. Oh, it's Boxton. Hi, Flutter. Hi, Flutter.
Oh, so we have Flutter. So we have Flutter and Boxton? Great.
I think we might have another since there's still like 6. There's 5 people. Yep, we have Poppy.
Yep. Heads up.
Bassie's literally just. Oh, Bassie has to go.
Bassie has to go.
My
Damn.
graphics is very down. My graphics are very down. I cannot handle higher graphics.
Mine's at 5, but we don't talk
I
about it.
remember one I was in an RP run. It was kind of weird. Bassie, at least do the machine behind you.
Is this the one with scraps? Because that one was freaky.
No, I don't think it was.
Oh.
Do that machine. Bassie, do that machine. Do the machine. Oh, Shelly's on it. You can die by elevator. Like a normal. Oh, they left. They went extinct anyways.
Damn.
Damn.
I'm trying to. I don't know where you are.
I'm
Like,
at
trying to be
Broken.
careful.
There's
yeah,
only
but,
one
like,
machine by me. I don't think Shelly saw that machine, though.
I can't go near you without getting spotted.
Oh, Tisha's going to it anyways.
What does that sound? Why does that sound like freaking like I would be at the movie theater and I'd hear that?
I'm pretty sure it's in the Madagascar movie.
It sounds like it's just like at the
It's
movie theater.
been a
Like I'm in the movie
minute
theater.
since you've seen an RP run. Oh yeah.
Why did I get
Guys,
inspired
the
by
machine's
Shelly?
right here.
I can't go to it. I mean, I could try.
I don't think. No, don't do that. It's like at the broken elevator. I don't want you to lose your life to panic timer.
I'll be fine if Tisha gives me a speed boost,
Yeah,
and then I use my speed candy. But I'm coming,
No, Tisha's already on her way.
dude. I'm with Tisha right now.
Do not. Don't
Too late.
do it.
Too late. I'm already on it.
Are you fucking kidding me? Therapy runs thriving, though. What the hell? Therapy run where you just put in all your childhood trauma.
Crazy. Did they want me to do this machine?
I don't think they do.
I got encouraged. I'm guessing they did. I got encouraged.
Which way? Okay, you
I guess-
go the main route. I'm gonna go the long way.
So you're gonna take
the
the 4x4 area?
The 4x4? The what?
Yeah. The square. Which way do you want me to go?
The hallway. I want you to go the main
Yes.
way.
Okay.
I'm
The
going
hallway.
Yeah, I'm going.
You know
the
what? Fuck. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run in a direction and call
Someone
it good.
was talking about their elementary friend group disbanding. Damn. Wait, which way did you go?
I just fucking went a direction. I'm going.
I'm
Thank you,
really
Tasha.
hoping that you're not going the way that I just went.
I totally did.
You asshole.
Like I totally did. See, and I still
They
made
all
it.
die by 5. Oh gosh. Suppression! Yes! Give me the suppression. Give me the suppression.
Everyone. Let me sing
Well,
everyone
I guess
too.
that's better than just me.
You know what? You know what, Shelly? At least he included you. I'm going to be for real with you.
He don't forget. He don't forget anybody. He just hates everybody
Exactly.
equally.
Exactly.
I want to make the joke so bad. I want to make the joke so bad.
Oh my god!
What?
Boxton, no. Boxton, get off me.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I'm okay. I just had a heart attack.
It's Roger. Hey, it's
Okay, that's
Boxton,
not bad.
Roger, and Yada.
Hey, what if I open the Roger cup?
You better not.
What if I just
You dare.
intentionally... Oh, hey, I found it. What if I just...
No. No.
The fact Shelly and Tisha would have seen me is hilarious. That was Shelly.
Shelly opened it.
Yep, that was Shelly. It wasn't me this time. I didn't do it.
I remember this time Louie was rage baiting the whole lobby over Cosmo's trinkets.
Oh. Oof.
Fancy purse and brushes trinket. Brusses?
Brusha?
Brusses. My gosh, it's a forklift. I heard
Oh, for fuck's
that.
sake. I didn't do it.
I heard you. Oh, there's two
Wasn't me.
forklifts. So, we had to watch, work videos at work, a couple, well, we still have to, like, all watch it, but I watched them.
Yeah.
And it's about basically using, like, a pallet jack and, I forgot the other name. But one looked like a forklift, and all I was thinking was, I know it's a violation. I really want to ride it, though. I want to go on top and just get to the top that way. Shelly, what are you doing?
Fair enough.
Some might say we're released, pushing daisies to cease, but we all know the worms must be fed. There's
God,
just
that
one
extraction candy did not help.
I heard that.
God damn it. Shut up! It wasn't
I heard you
me!
fail. That was you.
It
You're the
wasn't
only
me.
one with my makeup on.
Damn it, I am! Dude!
Damn it, I am. Yeah,
I
because
wonder if
Tisha
it's all-
has blue bandana and machine manual.
I wonder if the my makeup only works with one machine, like one machine per, like one time per machine.
Oh no, it works. It works the entire time.
Okay.
Because it says,
'Cause I
like,
can't-
don't worry, they can't hear you.
Yeah. Well,
But my
I don't know.
makeup
I just couldn't hear the.
Just,
Well, I just couldn't hear the. Well, I just couldn't hear the my makeup anymore after I failed like after the second time. So I'm like, does it only
Right,
work
right.
during one machine? Everyone's at Ellie.
One time, a Diz Pebble had clown horn and spool, and another Pebble crashed out so hard that the run disbanded. Ooh. Ooh.
Damn.
Honestly, I really want to try switch distracting. With, like, the train whistle.
Huh? What does he have? Oh my god. I almost missed out on a pop! How could you?
On a can of pop? Or a bottle of pop?
No, just a can. How could you?
Bottle pop's better.
I know, but still.
Tisha! Oh, Poppy! Oh,
Hold on, sorry, I'm
Yata!
texting. I'm texting this person about the goddamn freaking commission.
Get your ass over here. Do not go after Shelly.
I love men. Me
So
too.
epic.
Me too. This person literally just goes, I love men. And I'm like, me too.
I don't
Play.
love men.
I don't like real life men. I like fictional men.
You have a point.
Just saying.
Why did Shelly
S-
boost me?
Thing.
I'm literally distracting. I heard that.
That wasn't me. Shut
I
up.
heard that.
Wasn't me.
I heard
Wasn't
that.
me. Shut up.
I heard
Shut up.
that.
Wasn't me.
Shelly's
Wasn't
trinkets
me.
are participation word and mag. All I heard was I love men,
Oh, yeah.
and then the ad started.
I love men.
I love men.
I
Do
love
you want
men
a
ad
Burger King
starts.
burger?
Oh my god.
I love men. Do you want a... I love
Oh my
men.
god.
Do you want a Burger King burger from Burger King? Or do you want some Burger King foot lettuce? The number one
I don't
thing
want
you
your
don't want
bur-
on your Burger King
Actually,
burger
wait,
is somebody
hold on.
else's foot fungus.
I gave myself illness. I want to see what this looks like. God damn it, Shelly. Let me go.
How small is it?
Oh my god.
She even boosted you.
Oh my god,
She
dude,
even
the
boosted you.
skill check, dude, the skill check size sucks
How
so
big is
bad.
It? How
Oh
big
my,
is it?
dude, it's like you know the size of like normal Sherpo's like gold skill check size.
Yeah.
It's a little bit bigger than that, just a smidgen bigger.
Damn it!
I keep
Hey,
failing my skill
Siri.
check.
Set a
Oh
timer
no.
for 1 minute.
Actually, no, it is the size of
Crazy.
the gold
I was
bar.
crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A
A
rubber room
rubber
with
room,
rats.
a rubber room
And
with
rats made
rats,
me
and
crazy.
rats make me crazy.
Crazy.
I was
They locked
crazy
me in a
once.
room.
They locked me in a room. A rubber
with
room,
rats.
a rubber room with
And rats
rats,
made me
and
crazy.
rats make me crazy.
I was
Crazy.
once.
I was
They
crazy
locked me in a
once.
room.
They locked me in a room. A rubber room, a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room, a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy.
I was crazy once.
Crazy once.
They locked me in a rubber room with rats. Rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy.
Come
I
on,
was
come on,
crazy once. They locked me
avaricious,
in a room. A
avaricious,
rubber room.
avaricious. No, we lost.
I just realized.
Avaricious didn't get it.
realized this is like what? Fucking punching bag or whatever, and then there's fossil cleaning.
Punching bag. What?
I
Stop
don't
pulling out
fucking
ship name.
know. I don't fucking know. Oh hey, it's Roger.
Nice.
Oh hey, it's Roger. Just go. I immediately go and open him.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I did. Is this you? That's you.
Turn around,
That
turn
is
around.
you. That is you.
Oh
Is that
my
you?
god.
Not even on the treadmill.
Dude, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm on the treadmill. Let me work out. Damn. Holy hell, give me a heart
Who
attack. I'm
else
like,
is
turn
here?
around.
I have to find Shrimpo. Oh my gosh, it's Shrimp Tea.
Stop bringing up the ship names, mate.
There's a med kit.
I don't need it. I still have mine and a band-aid.
There's a med kit here. Oh my gosh. Tisha's watching the stream. Bro said, I love men. Oh, hydrate. Finally, somebody lets me hydrate.
Dude, I'm on my own stream right now. Shrimpo, come here. I don't want it. I'm busy.
I'm straight in here.
Shrimpo? What? What's happening? He's been fine. Yeah, I've been fine. Literally, I have a medkit and a band-aid. I am perfectly okay.
He deserves it for being so good. What?
Excuse me?
Hello?
Excuse me? That's the equivalent of calling me a good boy.
Pause?
I refuse.
Pause.
I don't need it. I legit don't need it. That made me fail my skill check.
I have hydrated. I heard that.
Oh my god. I know.
Fine, then.
I know.
I'll take it.
Yeah, literally. You can have it, man. My inventory is full of a speed candy, a band-aid, and a medkit. I don't need it. I'll be fine.
Wait, is the reason why you said I love men, because of... Oh, damn it. I thought Tisha was watching the stream. No. You just said that because she said it in the stream. Or not, in the Roblox chat. I legit been helping y'all so we can progress faster. You're a man?
Hello?
What?
I'm confused. What is happening? What is happening?
Take it in case of emergencies.
You already have a band-aid and a medkit still, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
I
fine.
already
And then I know you have the buck.
two.
And I know you have a
I literally
buck.
already opened him. How the fuck did you open him again?
Gang, what the fuck?
Be careful when don't finish whatever last machine you're doing right now until he is gone.
Yeah, I'm currently on the one that's near broken.
Okay. Yeah, you should probably
Yeah. I know.
need more drink.
Just letting you know, it's a dial machine too.
It's a what?
Dial machine.
It's a dial?
You know,
What
the
fuck
timed
is
ones.
a dial machine?
I call it the dial machine because it's the timed one.
The treadmill?
No, the timed one, dingbat. The circle one.
The Oh my god, what the fuck? They did it. Shelly's passing away!
Um,
I say it like that.
Shelly's
dead.
passing away. Yeah, she did that intentionally.
She's fucking dead. Not me saying Shelly's passing away.
That one was wild. She's passing away.
Why
Everyone's
would
at
I
Ellie.
say it like that though? Shelly's passing
She's
away.
passing away.
Actively passing.
Damn.
All hail
Alright.
Ko-Fi Bot. All hail Ko-Fi Bot. All hail Ko-Fi Bot. All hail. You're not even chanting with me. All hail
All
Ko-Fi
hail
Bot.
Ko-Fi
All
Bot.
hail
All
Ko-Fi Bot.
Ko-Fi
All
Bot.
hail
This feels like a
Ko-Fi
cult.
Bot.
I'm gonna stop.
Fuck, I can only see myself. I can only see myself whenever. What is it? There we go. There's some of it. What the fuck am I? What is this line? Bro's glitching through the 4th dimension. Stretch. Okay. Huh? 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 Huh?
Oh my
Where?
god.
Oh,
Oh my
it's
god.
Toodles.
Yeah, it's Demon Child.
Okay, let me grab. I think I saw Poppy. There's an air horn. Yippee! Oh, it's Finn.
Okay.
You sound.
I could do
so-
machines.
You sound sad about that.
That wasn't me.
Bro can't stretch in peace. Yeah, no.
Literally
I'm
no.
going to my favorite
Never.
room.
Okay. The one near maze.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Dude.
fine.
I have 3 different fucking speed tunes. I hate this. I heard that.
Shut up.
I see you.
You don't see shit.
I see you. I see you. Banging your
How
head
the fuck-
against that machine.
How do you see me?
They're right there. See, chat?
What?
You're banging. You got 380.
I don't
left.
see
What to
you.
do? Dude, look in the mirror or look in the window.
What do you think I'm doing?
Do you see me now?
I don't see. No, I don't see you.
my
You know what?
gosh.
I think it's because of my camera angle that I'm forced to look at.
Lol. You see the shrimp? Yeah, you see the shrimp. They're over
Huh.
here. They're in this part right here. That's not you. Wait, I just realized that's not you. Did you get off your machine?
No. Dude, I'm still on my machine. I haven't get on off it. God damn it. Dude, that's
Oh my
probably
god,
Tisha.
Shelly left. Or Tisha left.
Tisha left? I'm the only one left?
You're the only one left.
Oh my god, this is gonna take forever.
Oh, I don't want to do this no more.
Oh my god. Should we just
Oh,
die?
Fuck. Oh,
Because I gotta do
fuck.
7 whole ass machines, mate.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, just latch them onto me. I'll just do my machine still. Hey, let me do my machine, assholes! Let me do my machine! Let me on! Let me on my machine. You know what? Fine, let's go. Oh my god. That was so dumb.
Whee! Oh wait, I have a box of chocolates.
Dumbass.
I just juked Finn! I juked him again! Oh.
And again dies after again. Crazy. Wild observation.
I just juked Finn! Can I have a... Do you want to try switch distracting?
How do I do
Or
that
swap
again?
distracting? Where one of us has, like, clown horn and one of us has ribbon spool?
Should we go to the room where it happened?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm drinking!
I mean, I guess
What
we
do you want me
can.
to do? Like, hold up, let me...
I'm like, I guess we can. I don't really mind.
What do you want me to do? Like,
Should I put on? Let's see. Tell me which one you're gonna use, and then I'll use the other one. Because I gotta figure out if I want to use Speedy Shoes or the train whistle. Should I use the train
My
whistle?
shirt-
I don't think I
my shirt
should.
is actively me. My shirt
Damn.
is actively me. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. You remember when, I think it was Aaron and one of my other chatters were fucking trying to drown me?
Yeah. I did it once, and then everyone else does it like a million times. So I'm like,
Literally.
okay.
Should we keep, the train porn, though?
Well, I thought I'd ask, because I'm being... So.
What?
I'm being goop. You get faster, I don't.
Right.
I think I'll just... So, which one are you gonna use? You gonna use the ribbon spool or the clown horn?
I can use clown horn.
Okay, then I'll use the ribbons. So I guess I distract on even, and then you do odd.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll just put on the speedy shoes that way, so like my walk speed is faster.
Okay. And then I'll have train whistle so that I can distract B.
Well, I'm a little scared of Pebble. Should I swap out the Swedish shoes for pink bow? Because that also increases my speed by run at least. I don't know.
Sure.
I'm debating, mate. Give me a minute.
What if I just have like a tiny webcam like in the middle, like
Well,
where
it's not by
my
much.
character
I'll
is?
just leave it as speedy shoes.
Just have me distract like this.
Distract like what?
With my thing. What do you mean why is
What?
Scraps saying wait, who is
What?
Scraps?
What?
Who is Scraps?
I don't know.
Bro's
What's
his
going on
alt?
here? What's up?
Who is it?
Who? Who are you?
Who's Scraps? Who is
I
Scraps?
don't know. I don't
Who
know.
Scraps is.
I don't know either.
I don't know who Scraps is. Something is very fishy. Something is fishy indeed. I need to
Golden
cut
bro.
my hair so badly. I really need to cut my hair.
Mm.
You thought it was the role player Scraps? Oh gosh, flashbacks from last night, dude.
Literally, yeah. That was awful.
Try to like find like the perfect. There we go. We got it.
I need Trubuskin.
Oh yeah, I'm
good?
literally going to go on a spending spree.
Dude, I would love to do the
Gubby, who
the
are
thing,
you?
but I don't know if I would want the Shrimpuskin or Astroskin, but I want to get the Shrimpuskin because he only has one skin technically if you don't count the vintage.
Yeah. I don't think it's fishy.
And I do like playing a Shrimpo. Shrimpo makes me happy. I don't know, something about playing Shrimpo makes me happy. It's not like I'm that bad at playing him.
Will it work a second time? Holy shit, it worked. Hell yeah, it worked. It worked.
how they go,
will not shush. I will not shush. I need to self-promote, bro.
You're gonna get banned.
Is it in the rules?
I don't know, actually.
I don't think it is.
Well, I was meaning Roblox. You see nothing. Wow, angry face.
Same user.
Stop self-promoting.
Let's go. Let's go to the Sproutivator. Oh, wait, actually, we need to go to the run. We need to make a run, actually. I was like, let's go to the Sproutivator. ABC
So
Pro Run.
oh yeah, we're doing the
Swap distracting.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Love how I go yee.
Okay, we're gonna go to the Sproutivator in,
Okay.
like, let's go.
Run!
Hopefully everybody
run.
that's... I think
I
everybody
think
in
we
chat
don't
got
have Val.
Oh shit.
I don't think we have Val.
Roanoke, get in.
I don't think so.
Oh no, they got
we'll
in. They
have
got
to wait
in.
and see.
They got
Okay,
in.
they got in.
They're in.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Hell yeah. Good job. Good job, chat. Y'all got in.
And then I'll just buy these
Why
just
is
because I
Guppy
want to buy
saying
the valve.
ooh?
Eh.
We going to miss the update.
What do you mean we're gonna miss the update?
Shrimp
What
update
update?
is tomorrow.
Literally,
I'm excited
yeah.
for the Halloween
It's
update.
It's tomorrow at 3 p.m.
It's tomorrow at 2 p.m. for me. Okay, we got Charlotte as Sprout. We got 2 Tishas.
Damn, nice.
Okay, I think
Okay,
this is
so
my
yes,
active
you're
floor.
Yeah, this is your active floor. Mine's next floor. I'm trying to get to this machine.
Okay, let me grab Boxton real quick. I'm gonna drop a heart right here. And then...
Oh,
Get
shit.
your ass over here, you fuckers. Damn. Okay, so the only ones that I have to really worry about distracting near are you and V, I think. And nobody else has...
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody else has two stars. Man, I died last night to Pebble, because I was literally going to go, like, this way. There's a tape over here. Sprout, there's a tape!
I'm so glad I'm not Sprout. You'd be yelling
Sprout!
at me.
Oh, there's also a Cosmo. Get the tape. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Something is fishy. Yeah, something.
Golden brick.
Dandy burger. So the only ones that you can see, like, across the fucking map is the golden brick and the dandy burger.
Golden brick.
Nah. Dandy burger.
I don't see the dandy burger.
Oh. Okay.
I'm on a
Sprout.
delay again.
Outside of elevator. Get your tapes. Get your panic tapes.
They're on a delay, mate. I'm not gonna hear you at time. Just get in. Just get in. Just get in.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
What the fuck?
What was that?
What the fuck? And then
I'm so
now
confused
it's
by that.
your
What was
turn.
the?
I don't even know.
My turn. My turn. My
It's
turn.
your turn. It's your turn. Yippee!
I'm gonna turn off my.
bot.
Should I leave my chat on? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it gets in the way.
All hail
Boots and
Ko-Fi
cats
bot.
and
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and cats and.
Stupid baby. Huh?
My little baby boy. What is Tisha trying to do?
I don't know, but it's scaring the living shit out of me.
Cause that's the other Tisha. Oh shit,
Oh
you
my
watched him
God.
on a V. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm watching
Got
this.
him.
Why are they both watching?
Oh my
like that?
God. I don't know. How did I latch him onto V? I was just...
Probably because you like were running a little bit too fast. Or the
Was I
stairs
running?
bugged out, maybe.
I wasn't running. I was walking. I didn't even run.
I just realized I'm not even playing any music. I'm raw dogging this shit.
Damn.
Damn.
I'm not playing music either.
I need to get my
I'm gonna be
music
so
on,
for real
bro.
with you. It's a little bit dangerous, my friend. A change for this. You wanna get home?
Getting my music. I'm getting my music, guys. I'm getting my music. We're gonna listen to 2012 because it's an amazing Will Wood song.
You enjoying your Will Wood?
Yeah. Why the fuck are you meowing at me?
What is What?
tape's over here.
Bow.
Meow.
Bow.
Bark.
Tisha, just go. Oh my god, for the love of God, you didn't need to give me speed.
Bro wanted to give you speed.
I don't even need it. Yeah, Bacon, someone's
Sometimes
meowing.
forget Scraps is actually a cat.
Scraps is not actually a cat.
Scraps is actually supposed to. Fuck you, you fucking stupid bot. Get
Damn.
the fuck out of my fucking. Get the fuck out of my chat. Get the fuck out of my chat, you stupid bot.
So you were saying before the bot showed up?
Scraps was actually supposed to be a dragon.
Huh?
Yeah.
Scraps
Okay, it
looks
is my
nothing.
active floor. I need to find. Oh,
Scraps
it's
looks
ooh, don't mind if I do. Box of chocolate.
Scraps doesn't remind me of a dragon, though.
I find myself.
Oh, hey, a
Holy
Pidgeot.
shit! I juked her.
Nice. Oh, did you want my machine? Here, I'll hop off it if you want it.
Don't remember 2012. I don't remember. I'll wake up for myself. I don't
Damn!
remember.
I just got threatened to.
I'ma turn
just,
you
I
into
could've-
leather. Holy
I just got
shit.
threatened, bro. I
Oh
got
my
threatened.
gosh. Bro got
God
threatened.
Damn. Oh shit, you're right there, my bad.
There are no machines.
Damn. I didn't expect to get threatened tonight, gang.
Bro said the fuck?
Damn! I got the leather. Do you want to know a secret, Sailor? Yes.
I
Tell
wanna know a
me
secret.
thy secret. You don't get to know.
Oh.
That you don't get to know. Only I get to know. Why is bro dying?
Dude.
Oh my god, where's
Wait.
Sprout? Guys, everyone back at the elevator! Jesus
oh yeah,
Christ!
I forgot your goob.
Yes! I did too, I'm not gonna lie.
I also
Like, up till now, I forgot.
your
Up till now, I literally
There
forgot
is
also,
an
don't
error, by
worry.
the way.
I can't afford it. Can I? Oh, I can.
Okay. I'm gonna let them know. In Ellie.
It's just when I'm not being the distractor. I commissioned Bagel to cry me a new first stone. Oh, that's gonna be so cool to see, Bacon. Oh, I'm so excited. That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, I found a Bach.
I already have a Bach. Do you want it?
I can't have
Oh,
it.
hey, Shrimpo. There's a tape over here.
Actually, fuck it. I'm taking it. I used my air horn for it.
Oh shit, Tisha! Oh shit! Oh, you're.
Dude, did you forget that this was my floor?
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I forgot. There's a band-aid over here.
My inventory's full. I still have a band-aid and
Band-aid. Band-aid. There's a band-aid over here.
Oh yeah, we have a Cosmo. And a Sprout.
Cosmo, get your fucking ass over here. Cosmo was not watching the stream. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we have a Cosmo. Yeah, we have a Cosmo.
I'm
We have
trying
a
to
Cosmo
find
and a
machine.
Sprout.
Cosmo.
I
Come on.
Jed forgot. Me too.
Come on, follow
Don't
me.
worry.
Follow me. Follow me. Follow me, Cosmo. Yay, Cosmo's actually following me.
Hooray!
Yay! We gave Cosmo the band-aid. Yeah, they got the Band-Aid.
From outer space.
About throwing the book at those who don't do it my
Ugh.
way. So now I'm holding myself hostage. Stockholm, just, I can't fucking talk. My throat is like closing up, bro. Not completely closing up, but like it's like, it's like
Yeah, I getcha.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I was waiting on a certain V.
Where's Sprout?
Where is Sprout? Where's Sprout?
Oh, phew. Hey, Sprout.
Oh my god. Should we actually get decency? I feel like decency would be better, cause just in case.
just so that we don't have a
Yep.
you know. Scary
Yeah.
moment. Hi, Autism King. You have the power.
Autism.
You have the
They
power.
have
I'm
the power.
scared. No! Don't do it! I already had to do it twice! Oh shit, it's my active floor. Oh shit.
Oh shit, it is. I totally
Oh
forgot.
no! I don't want to distract her though!
Rip.
No! Oh my god. I hate how fast she is.
Yeah, I hate that she's fast and also can
Fuck!
steal your items.
Okay, I'm going to... You motherfucker, she fucking took it. She fucking took it. She took my fucking med kit.
Oh no.
Oh no, Sprout has to... Oh... Sprout has to go...
Oh no. Damn, that sucks. Darn dang.
Please,
darn.
Tisha, do the machine over there.
I love how this is called shrimp. My shrimp's called shrimp time, and I'm not even
Oh my
shrimpo.
God, Tisha.
I'm goob.
Tisha. This fucking
Oh, well.
Tisha that is just standing here, not doing anything. Holy shit, she should
Where's this Tisha?
literally by fake Ellie.
Oh, buller. Damn it, I pulled the wrong person! My bad!
Me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. That's my bad. I literally had it on her and then I switched to you last
I'm
second.
very
I'm
tempted
sorry.
to just use my band-aid.
Honestly, I probably would be careful on that part. They're probably gonna blame me for that, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably for the best. he can blame on me for that one. I was trying to pull in the other Tisha, but then it latched onto you the last second I clicked it. One, two...
Last Tisha's the last one.
Tisha, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know.
Get your ass over here. Dude, I'd use your band-aid. If, Oh, look at that, I'm on
I
top.
use my band-aid. I'm gonna see what Tune is. I'm gonna see what Twisted is, like what the Twisted combo is.
Mm. Yeah, I get it. Fair enough. Hit Pebble. Oh wait, it's my turn anyways.
Oh yeah.
We legit just keep forgetting.
Yes. It's Glisten. Thank you. I'll babysit Glisten for you.
I mean, I can do it.
No. I got it.
Okay.
I'm done relaxing.
I found 2 stealth candies next to each
Never
other.
mind,
You
I
know how
guess,
good that would have
Tisha
been?
doesn't want to fucking do the machines, I guess. Bro.
Bro, this is the most useless Tish I've ever seen.
At this point, yeah. It's you.
Why did they give me a
Please
speed
stay close.
boost? I don't even need a speed boost. Rimpo I'm looking after right now. What's he gonna do? Sneak up on me while I turn a corner? What's he gonna do? Sneak up on me as I turn a corner? Oh my gosh, he's so scary. I wonder what his new Twisted optimization is like. That'd be kind of interesting to see.
Right?
Because right at the moment, he just kind of reaches out for you.
I'm watching you.
I see that. Hi. Wiki wiki.
You'll have to pull Sprout in.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll run there now and then I'll pull him in.
Get to the back. Okay, never mind. Listen at fucking elevator.
Oh.
That's
My
all
lord.
I hear whenever I hear that. It looks like I was gonna pronounce it. Don't pronounce it. But it's kind of funny at the same time. I can technically say it. I am gay, but
Don't you dare.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, especially not on stream. Okay, it is my act. Oh my god, again? Is Glisten on the fucking board? Holy shit! I just got like a speed boost and a speed boost.
Bro got the ultimate speed boost.
I get ultimate power.
Bro has the ultimate
Two
speed.
Good people. There's a machine. There's 2 machines by here. There's one actually like kind of out there.
Yeah, I probably want to be able to get to it without watching it on. Sorry. I don't want to risk it.
Look, books, warrior, let's fucking go.
Wow. No one tell people I pick up
kind
tapes.
of towards good. I mean, Sprout can't really get them because they're, you know.
AFK. Eating. Yeah.
I'm gonna distract over here because there's no machines and also it's closer
I
to
don't even
the
know where
elevator.
Glisten.
In the corner over there.
Oh.
Headed straight down history. Wait, because Glisten is at elevator. Glisten is at elevator.
Yeah, I know. It's taking me a while to do this machine anyways, though. I'll stop it when it's primed, and then I'll wait till he leaves.
Glisten at fucking elevator, bro.
Why is he walking towards me?
Gay.
Bro's with me right now. What the fuck?
Glisten's with you? Oh.
Yeah. He's like right behind me. What the fuck?
What are you doing?
Huh, what are you doing? Okay, well this area is not interesting.
What are you doing? Show you when they came. Listen, really? Living a tattoo of a blue jay on his face.
Tisha, get the fuck away from Glisten. I'm gonna wait till Glisten's a little bit more gone, and then... Okay, I'm popping it. I'm popping it.
Make sure... Wait, Sprout's back?
Sprout's in.
Okay. Wait, no! No! What's he got? What's he got? Hey, he's got a bottle of pop.
Bottle of pop, a Choco, and
I'll buy
a
it.
stopwatch. Fair enough, I miss being Shrimpo already. Is that weird to say? I miss being Shrimpo.
I don't miss you being Shrimpo.
I do.
No. Perfect.
I miss being
Hey,
Shrimpo.
it's your active floor. Tisha's over here. I'm gonna bring her to you.
Okay, I gotta grab Shrimpo.
And... there you go.
Got him. Thank you.
There's no machines in there. I'll do this... Ooh, I'll do the treadmill one.
First, doing a treadmill.
I'm on the treadmill.
If only I were Shrimpo, I'd be so much better at it. I miss being Shrimpo. Because then I actually have to try.
Here we go. Hell yeah. Anyone
I'm gonna be
watching?
shrimp. I'm gonna be Shrimpo again. Can I be Shrimpo again?
No.
What do you mean no? It's not your decision.
It's where
I'll
a
be-
mirror up to your mirror. It's just something that people do. A bloody knife.
Up, up, right. Up, up, down. Oh,
Oh, or not. Or not. Bro's back. I think Bro's like semi-AFK.
yeah, Bro's probably eating and playing, because that's what I do.
Probably. It's defective.
Tisha, what the fuck?
I don't even know.
Get yourself in the alley. Yeah, I agree.
Get your
Get your dumb...
self-control.
Get your button. Literally,
Get your
have
ass
some
in the
self-control.
elevator.
Get your butt in the elevator.
Slef. Who said Slef?
Left. Left.
Hey, it is my active 4 now, so I better find a twisted. Oh my gosh, it's... Oh my gosh, there's 3!
Oh my gosh! 4 people. I think we're still at what, 7, 8? No, that's right. Did we lose any? No, I think we're at 7 or 8.
We have 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have 7.
That's why. Yeah. Yeah. Hi!
Hello!
I see Finn! Hello!
Finn.
I see that!
Bye!
Bye!
Hi!
I'm scared if someone picks the dial floor because Cosmo keeps failing the skill checks.
Hi!
I keep hearing it.
Hi!
Hi!
Bye!
Bye!
Cosmo's on one.
Cosmo just finished.
Cosmo just finished.
I'm a little scared of the Cosmo for dial floors. I'm gonna be genuinely honest with you.
Watch Cosmo be the first one to pick the dial floor card.
Dude, I will legit cry. Oh hey, I found a band-aid.
Oh, hey, a band-aid. I can take these tapes since Sprout isn't. Hold on. Sprout's currently AFK.
Watch probably like, how dare you?
Oh my. That means that I can actually lose them.
Tisha, move! Get in the back! Tisha! Oh my god, there's Tisha. Where the hell is V?
I don't know where V is.
Oh, I see V.
Okay.
Dude, I swear to god, there's Tisha. Oh, hey, another bok.
Should I replace my bok with a bok?
Replace your bok with a bok? That's so wild. I mean, you can.
I'm doing that.
I think Tisha hates Ellie. I think Tisha hates staying in the back so that way I can actually grab people.
Right? This is how I'm gonna play now.
I hear her, man.
V on your floor.
I don't have
Would you like me
my...
to take...
Pebble!
Oh,
Pebble!
shit!
Pebble! Why is Pebble here?
Why is he here? What do I do? What do I even do? What do I even do?
Just
what do I do?
I
don't know what
if you
to
want
do.
to take... Dude, take V and Tisha, I'll take Pebble.
Don't know what I'm doing.
Here, we'll do a swap. Oh, shit. Okay, I got Pebble. Go.
I got him.
Pebble, come on. I got him.
Never mind. Okay. Are you able
Yeah,
to?
I'll take...
Are you
I
able
think
to
I
get
can.
him?
I think I can.
Okay.
I can't do all 3 because I don't have the, you know.
Yeah, you don't have train whistle. Just be careful.
Yeah. I'll try. I mean, if I get hit, then that's okay.
It looks like somebody has primed a machine. So
yeah. Speed, give me speed! Oh my god, for love of God, please.
Speed.
Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you.
If anyone
Oh my
tries to do
God.
this one, I am literally gonna latch. Ooh, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I still have my medkit and everything.
Okay.
But if it gets dire, then I'm just gonna have to release Pebble.
If anyone tries to do this when I'm latching V onto them. You alright?
Oh, yeah, I got healed. However, that heal was pretty much wasted.
Ooh.
I just hope these machines can get done fast enough.
Right.
Oh my god, dude, I am also lagging. I just had a lag spike.
Oh shit.
I don't know, that's been happening to me lately. I don't know why. No, because Tisha gave me a speed boost. I didn't get it. Dude, if I get hit one more time, I'm just gonna have to lose Pebble. I'm just gonna lose Pebble.
Yeah, because they're on the second to last one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pebble
they're
spotted
saying
someone.
Goob lose him.
Yeah. Is that the other Tisha or the good Tisha that's
I
doing
don't
it?
know.
I don't know either, and that scares me. Oh, I think it's the other Tish.
Okay, get your S to the LA.
Okay, I'm going to Telly. Thank you, Sprout! Thank you! At least I did kind of good as
One of the
distracting Pebble.
Tishes is like all the way, is going the opposite way.
I'll pull him in.
Oh, both of them. Oh, shit. We survived.
I don't know which one I pulled. I pulled in one of them. We did it. Oh my
gosh,
god,
we did
holy
it. We did
shit.
it.
I mean, I kind of did okay distracting Pebble.
Yeah,
Never
yeah.
again, though. Never again. I need like 3
Never
Tishas. I need like 3 Tishas and an Astro. Oh my god.
It's now my active floor.
It's your active
Our
floor,
first
and you got a
mains
goopy
of
floor.
the run was a double main at this point.
Yeah, that was god awful. I'm gonna be genuinely honest. Want to prime the machine right here? Like the first machine closest to
Sure.
Ellie?
Oh shit, Poppy.
Oh my god.
There's also a box of chocolate over here.
Where?
In the weird, like, area where the yellow carpet is. The biz carpet.
Where the yellow carpet is?
I don't know if you...
Oh, I see it.
Welcome back, Autism King.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I take this bottle of pop too?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I thought I'd ask. Just because I know that you're also distracting.
Yeah, I mainly prioritize a box of chocolates over a bottle of pops.
Yeah. I'll take bottle of pops just because, you know, Pebble or something.
I think I got all
That way I
of
have
them.
stamina.
Yeah, there's just 3.
Yeah.
You were hungry for peanut butter out of the jar. Nice. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I still have strawberry jam. If I get more,
You know what sounds good?
biscuit. What?
Peanut butter, banana, like banana slices. Oops, right there. Banana slices and like bread. Put them all on top of each other. Yum. So like you get the bread, like a bread slice, spread peanut butter on it, and then the banana slices. I heard that's pretty good actually.
Yeah.
I never tried it, but it sounds interesting, to say
What
the
would be
least.
cool is like have
I'm waiting for everyone to get tally.
chocolate spread on one slice of bread, the peanut butter on another slice, and then put bananas in the middle.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't have any chocolate spread though.
I don't either. And I don't think Nutella would work.
Yeah. I don't know if everyone. Okay, I think everyone's at Ellie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does Sprout want... Okay, I think Sprout wants aggro.
I pulled in the wrong person.
It's okay.
Can everyone please get to the back of Ellie? Please, for the love of God, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Does Sprout want aggro tapes again? There's a band-aid.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll take it. And I'll use it immediately. Fuck yeah.
Bandage here. Sorry.
Oh my god.
again. You better not spawn Pebble.
Dude, I swear to God, if it's Pebble again.
Hey, it's Louie. I see Louie. Cosmos sees
Roger.
me. There's also a Band-Aid.
And there's
I'm gonna
Roger.
do this.
Where do you usually distract on this floor, by the way?
Right where I am. Cause it's the new, better one, but I'm gonna quickly finish this machine right here. It's by Good Ellie. It's the new part by Good.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm almost done.
Actually, I'll distract over here because Sprout just finished a machine. It's still on like the new part.
Got it.
It's like on the opposite end of
It's
where you
finished.
are. So.
It has been
Okay.
finished. I'm very tempted to open. I'm very tempted now. You said don't open. I'm very tempted.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare do it.
Move.
Don't hee hee hee.
Tisha! Why are you standing close to him?
Bruh. Why did they go, what is happening?
Spawning Pebble, floor 13, bruh. Dude, I said move. I said move. I
Yeah,
said
you
move.
did
I
say
gave
that.
you a warning. Okay, there is one primed.
Oh, I got a speed boost. Thank you. Who?
Get to the elevator. Get to the elevator. You're gonna join next round? Alright. Okay, I'm popping. That was actually a perfect prime. Hell yeah. I think you can get in now.
Okay.
Because Sprout's gonna want... Tisha? Not you.
I don't
not
understand this Tisha,
this
mate.
one, though. Holy shit, Cosmo
Yeah,
didn't
let's
pick
not do
times up
that.
immediately.
Dude, that's crazy.
Dust around, lung destruction starting. It's my active floor. I'll see you on the moon. Hey, I think it's who we were hoping it wasn't. Okay, never mind.
Dude, I
I
was gonna
could have
cry.
sworn I saw the Pebble. I saw Pebble's, like, thing. I was so fucking scared just now. But we have 4 Twisteds now. Heard it all. There is the door. I went the wrong way. We're just gonna juke them. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. We love you, Ko-Fi Bot. Okay, I'm going to the place where I like to distract in here.
Careful, V, though.
V is in here, so I'm gonna use the smaller part of this.
V's walking towards you.
V, watch out. And V is outside. 650. V should really get the stealth candy that's right over here. Error spawning Pebble. Reloading bar.
Damn.
1%.
Darn.
40%. Autism King's trying to spawn Pebble. $68, 67%, 99%. Bro, it went down. Tisha, move the fuck away. Please. Okay, everybody's here. Sprout. Dude. Dude, why didn't you get your... You didn't...
Are they okay again?
I don't know! I don't know!
Oh my god.
I don't even know! Homie!
Should I grab the eject button just in case?
Yeah, probably. I feel like that would be a
I'll
good
buy
idea.
it just in case. I'll buy it just in case.
It's cold. It is cold in here.
Oh my god, I'm typing. I'm texting. This is horrible timing.
Hey, it's Connie, Shrimpo, Cosmo, and Poppy.
Yep.
I'll help you gather real quick.
I found a medkit on the floor.
Okay.
I got them all.
Okay, you got them all. Oh, shit. Poppy, get the fuck away from me, bro.
Well, I did have Poppy.
Okay. I'll latch her onto you. Just go this way.
Oh my
Or
god.
not.
There we go.
Here we go.
Now
I'm
we're
on this
good.
machine that's right here.
Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Am I being detained? Am I under arrest? Error. Pebble retrieval failed. Try again. Would you like to have our different language program activated?
What the fuck? Yeah, I think we need it in French.
Ah, oui, oui.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Oh no. Are they actually doing it in French? Oh my god, I hope not. That'd be funny though.
that would be.
Dude, I swear to
We
god, if they're
missed
getting
all
Google
of the
Translate.
6-7 ones.
Shut up, it's fine. Don't even.
6, 7.
No, it's 7-8. It's 7-8.
Apparently.
7-8.
Oh, wait. They got
Ugh.
Google Translate. Apparition
I know
de Gele au 15 étage. Activation du protocol. My French, awesome. It's perfect. I spoke perfect French. I
You
spoke
totally did.
perfect French.
So proud of you. So proud of you.
Etiquette. I'm surrounded by Tishas. My voting thing is surrounded by Tishas. Why were the three of us the only ones that voted?
Huh? Oh, I was looking at Discord. Like, me? I was on Discord.
Rose literally. Oh, it's my activate. It's my active floor. Hi, Louis.
Yeah, why do you think
Fuck
I didn't
you,
run for
Louis.
it?
Oh my god,
Louis
there's
hates
also
on
another
Louis.
med kit on this floor. Can I have a heal?
Oh my god.
Help.
The self-hate.
Everyone see it. Cosmo, I know you have like 2 med kits. Can I please have?
Oof. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
I'm at 1 heart. Give me heal. Please. Thank you.
Damn, that's wild. Oh, we didn't. Oh, I didn't even realize we had. Well, I didn't
I
prime
need to
that
get
machine.
the others. I only have Boxton. I think
I found a
Tisha
Band-Aid
took
on the
over.
floor.
Yeah, Tisha took over. Something is fishy. Yeah, this isn't your distracting floor. It's mine. You're not even distracting. You have Mag and Clownhorn though.
Bwang, bwang. Pussycat.
Oh my god, Finn's loose. We have 5.
Yeah, I see him. Yeah, I said I didn't even know Finn was here.
I'm heading towards Finn. There's a medkit on the floor.
There's a Band-Aid on the floor.
There's a band-aid and a medkit on the floor.
Yeah, and I found my skill check, so.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking take that band-aid.
Yeah, it's near me. It's on the yellow towel area.
Okay.
You know where it is? Yeah,
Yeah.
where you told me the block was. Yeah.
That's a skill check candy.
That's a skill check candy?
That's a stealth candy.
That's a stealth candy? It looks
Yes,
like a
that's a
band-aid to
that
me.
is a stealth candy.
It looked like a band-aid to me. I'm
That is
sorry.
a stealth candy. That is
I'm
not a
sorry.
band-aid.
I'm sorry. 69. I'm sorry. It looked,
I'm
it
sorry,
looked, it looked like a
69.
band-aid.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 69. I'm sorry. That's a fucking stealth candy, you liar.
It looked like a band-aid from where I was at.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Check, please.
I thought it was a band-aid. Oh my god. Go, V, go! Go, V, go!
Try to make sure that they don't get lost.
Well,
Sprout.
you lost Shrimpo.
There we go. I got 3 of them on. Oopsies.
Well, you lost Shrimpo. I'm probably Finn, so.
Yes, to err is human, so don't be one. This was a mistake. I'll take my leave. But before we go, let me know if you see a little black bag with a toe tag, please. If you don't hate me, then reanimate me. Prove it to me, baby. Lightning at these veins. These
Sir, you're gonna have to calm
instincts-
down.
No,
Calm down.
no.
Okay. Time to go hunting. Hop
I
in.
got both. Oh, I got Brusha.
Okay,
There's
I got Yada and Finn.
And Tisha's over here. Shrimpo's over there as well. I'm gonna grab them real quick. Got him?
Yeah.
Okay, just keep going that
Turn
circle.
around.
Oh, where are you going?
Dude,
I'm gonna
I was
go
going
through
after
the circle.
Shrimpo.
Go through the circle, I got them.
I'm right here. Got him.
Okay. I'm gonna do this machine
Come on,
right here.
come on, Finn.
I love
That was the most
acting like
horrible,
a robot for
scariest.
some reason. It's fun.
That was a scary exchange.
Spawning,
I'm not gonna lie
floor
to you.
18. Astro has been purchased. Purchase
Astro?
received.
18.
Floor 18. I guess we're gonna have Astro.
Actually, that's
floor
not
18.
bad.
That's not that bad.
Actually,
at
that's
all.
not bad. Yeah, that's not
Watch
that
it be
bad.
Pebble and Astro.
Dude, that would suck. I would cry.
That would be your floor.
14. That would be my floor, and I'm like,
Let me
well,
reconnect stream, then you're back. Oh yeah, Finn's here.
yeah.
Pretty
How do you forget
now.
Finn?
Goop purchased. Ugh. 69.
I didn't purchase nothing.
Something is fishy.
Something is
wish
fishy. I
could
didn't
be a
order
girl
anything.
in that
Girl
way.
in
You-
a way. I could be a girlfriend, boyfriend.
Is that
Ooh.
Cosmo?
What? What happened?
What was it for?
Oh, I got a bot in my chat. I almost got hit. There's a bot in my chat.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Ugh.
I don't know if anyone's on last.
I don't know either. Maybe? I think I heard
Downloading.
someone fail a skill check.
Downloading. Downloading. Close enough. Then I won't try it on. You'll be walking out worried. Worried? Know that I'm wrong. But I love how you're on my side when
Dude, are
I
you
pass
able
that
to go to my
line.
stream and ban the bot real quick?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
let me quickly. Shit, I gotta get into the elevator. Being born to be a man.
Dude, there was no point in speeding me up. I would have been fine.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh hell yeah, tech savvy. Little in the epic world. Spawning success. Looks like Sprout left. No!
Yeah, Sprout's gone.
Bro tried tuning into. Is that V? No, it's not. Oh, it's Toodles, Brightney,
Toodles, Briny,
Shrimp, but not Shrimpo. Why did I say
Yada,
Shrimpo?
Yada, and
Getting Brightney. I did not
Here,
get
let me-
Brightney.
yeah, no. Here, let me run, and then there you go. Oh, Yada, no, Yada. Okay, hi, Yada. I got Yada on me,
Okay,
so
meet me in the room, the maze room.
yeah, okay. I gotcha.
Try going the same way as me, though. Or do that. Okay, oh. Yeah, try going the same... Woo! Holy
Sorry.
shit.
I'm just gonna slowly maneuver. Why is Cosmo getting stuck right there? That's so
I
dumb.
don't know. Don't forget to
No, that's my machine. You bitch. Kill yourself. Thank you. This is my machine.
Who took your machine?
Cosmo.
Cosmo? Oh my gosh.
It's a treadmill machine too.
How the fuck did I lose Cosmo? What the hell?
What? That's weird.
Why are they... What? Huh? What the fuck? Huh?
That's odd.
That's really odd, okay. I guess Cosmo just wanted to get Tisha.
Peculiar.
That's very peculiar.
Yeah, there's two machines primed. I'm confused. Which one are we supposed to be popping?
69.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, that'll be 679. Would you like to round it up to 681?
No.
Oh. Every run I did today did not make it past floor 10. Oof. Oof.
Damn. I know, that's what I'm saying. Something looks fishy. Are we able to pop it now?
Yeah.
No, we're supposed to wait. Who are we waiting on?
I think just Tisha. And V.
No,
Pop it,
and
pop
me.
it.
Okay. I'm popping it.
Whee. Greetings from beyond. Okay, nothing good. Okay, it's 418.
Oh my god,
Ooh, will we?
I swear to god, if we get Astro, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna tweak out. Like, that person is just predicting the future at this point.
Spawning. Spawning.
I swear to god.
No,
I don't hear
your
footsteps.
Sideburns being the only ones that show up. When I'm inside of your head. Okay, who else here? It is Astro. It is. Oh, hey, Cosmo. Roger's here. Oh, it's Gigi.
Oh, of course, it's fucking
Good luck.
Gigi. Who else would
that's
it
Roger
be?
right there in front of you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take some of these twisteds, you know. Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
And he took the other two! Oh my god. Oh, hi Gigi! My block! Oh well, you know what, actually, you can take all my items. Fuck, I don't care at this point. I'll just get him back somehow. Like, I'll just get him back somehow again, it's fine. Well, at least it's not Astro. I suppose that's like a good thing.
Haha, your spawn failed.
Haha. Gigi took every item.
Oh,
I don't have
That's you.
anything. It's okay though.
you know what?
Whee!
I like to open up. I like to open them now. Slash spawn. Would you like for us to activate our spawning commons protocol?
No. Screw your
Bro said,
comments.
wow.
Was that you?
No, that wasn't. I think that was just Val.
Oh, yeah, probably. They just go.
Sprout here. Twitch isn't working, but my laptop oh, Sprout's laptop crashed. Ooh, damn.
Aww. That's so sad.
Yeah, Sprout's laptop crashed.
Darn. This is going surprisingly okay. Considering I don't think we have ever done this.
We have never done this. It's honestly, I like it. I like getting the, break. Tail snatch.
Damn.
Gasp.
Rest in peace, your
Gasp.
tail.
Will rejoin when I can. Okay. You're eating. No! Don't
Well, your tail's
eat
getting
me.
munched on.
Don't eat me. Dude, I really need to cut my hair. It is so long. I hate it like this. Cause then it doesn't fluff back up, and I hate that. Our programs allow us to give
Gigi, what were you
viewers
trying to
easier
steal?
runs compared to streamers. The streamers are most advanced in the game, and we try our best to summon difficult twistids to bring in adrenaline.
To bring in adrenaline, please.
Diddly-dee-dee. Three ladies, diddly-dee-dee-dee. Three ladies, diddly-dee-dee.
Oh my god, the amount of Twitch notifications I have from people going live. Oh god.
And I'm the only man here. Diddly-dee-dee-dee.
Through October 16th, stop for 3 months of
VB
free
using
Super
her ability
Duolingo,
at
plus an
random
exclusive
times.
badge. Terms apply.
Gigi's here.
Oh, again?
Yeah.
Well, rest in peace. Too bad all my items are gone anyway, so what does it matter?
That scared me. Hey, do you want to by chance get Gigi? Goob! Can you get Gigi?
Yeah, I can get Gigi.
Just
Oh
be
my
careful,
god,
Goob is
Gigi
over
and Goob
there.
are like... Yeah, I see that. Oh my god!
Well, I got Goob. You know what?
Sorry.
Fuck.
Flutter, no. Where's Gigi? I saw Gigi over here. Where did Gigi go? Gigi? Okay, I got Gigi. And Flutter, apparently.
Shit! God damn it! Oh, shit.
Oh, shoot.
Gigi,
Gigi, come on.
hold up. I'm sorry, I lost Goob.
It's okay. I think I lost Goob too. Come on, Goob.
I think Cosmo's alive. Outside in. It was eaten from the core and out to the skin, and that's why you never find the worm in it. But a few bad ones won't spoil the.
Ah!
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Come on.
I cannot see.
Dude, I cannot either.
Someone saw me. Oh, Tisha saw me.
Ah! Goob, how the fuck?
Yes.
Dude, honestly, if
One
I
of
die,
the
I die.
Tishas
I
has offered
literally-
to distract Goob.
Oh. No, it's fine. I got it.
Cosmo.
It's just kind of weird
Cosmo.
not being.
Cosmo. Cosmo. Cosmo.
What's happening? What did Cosmo
Cosmo's
do?
not even healing.
I think because Cosmo healed me. I died at GG. I died at GG. It's because she has such a long, like, hitbox. Her hitbox is longer because of the hand.
Fuck.
And I would. So, yeah. I died to GG.
I cannot see. Shit. Is that Goob? I think that's Goob. I think Tisha's distracting Goob.
Yeah, Tisha's distracting Goob right now. Last I checked.
Okay, I got Cosmo.
Nice, nice.
I don't know. Fuck, someone just died. I
Let me
don't
look.
know where they are. Ooh!
I think we lost Cosmo.
Shit! Well, I lost all of my items.
Yeah, that's how it goes with that one.
Oops. Where am I? Where are the other Twisteds? I don't even know where they are.
Goo's being distracted by 2 Tishas right now.
2?
Yeah, by 2 Tishas. By both the Tishas.
Dude, my lighting is literally so bad.
Yeah, I can see that. It's very glitchy. Very broken. Just Val moved, so I don't know where they are.
Okay, Tisha loose. Tisha's over here. I'm gonna grab her. Maybe. Yo, thank you for the follow. Speaks?
And
Speaks?
V's on last machine. It's almost done.
Okay.
And it's about ready to be popped.
Okay, I'm just gonna make my way. I can barely see. Holy shit, I can barely see. Dude, that floor just murdered people. Good, we are doing good. We lost we lost most of our team. We lost
You lost a whole whopping 2 people.
Yeah. I can't see. I can barely see.
That's tragic. You can barely see and you're on 1 HP.
What? Yeah, it did. It really did. We got 2 Tishes
Wait, what
and a
did they
V.
say?
3 ladies.
Damn.
Oh, and it's V.
Yeah.
There's Yada.
Toodles.
There's Toodles. There's Connie. Come on, V. Okay, I got everybody.
See, like, if I'm gonna play a Shrimpa, I'd rather play it, like...
I think we all need
not...
a med. Well, I need a band-aid, but...
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if I were to play a Shrimpo, I'd have to play with you, because I know you can distract, and I feel like they'd just try killing me. Like, I feel like they'd just trying to kill me, so...
Yeah. Honestly, though, I like... This was honestly pretty good. This is a pretty good team.
So I'll go check, I'll go check who's on the board.
Okay.
I don't think it's Glisten, but I'll look anyways.
Yeah, and in between games, I'm probably gonna go to the restroom.
Yeah. Well, I was planning on ending strong. It is Brightney.
It's Brightney.
It's Brightney.
Brightney, bitch.
It's Brightney. Oh my god. Crazy. It's Brightney. Yeah, Brightney's on the board.
Didn't know how
Where is...
to
Where did I
treat
be?
me right.
Driving with...
Yeah, I'm planning on doing another round after this.
Well, I might.
Because what I'm trying to do, at least, is, like, whenever I'm streaming, because also I'm off tomorrow, so I don't really have to worry about, like, you know, oh, you motherfucker. Yeah. You motherfucker.
I'm just gonna finish my, Bassi mastery real quick. I just gotta do, like, oh, oops, rip.
Set timer for 1 minute. He's crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
Oh
A
no.
rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
Jesus X.
A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy
Crazy?
once.
You were
They locked me
crazy
in a room.
once.
Rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy
Whoa.
once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
Oh my god.
A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. Oh my god.
The night. Driving
Oh, I'm gonna...
forever. If we
Bright
could.
lady, but red bright.
I'm trying to like
Dude. Two of
finish
us are
Bassy
one.
real quick. Oof.
You're trying to finish
Yeah.
Bassy?
Yeah, I'm just doing her mastery. I'm almost done with it.
Oh.
And now I'm done with it. I just
Finally,
needed to
I'm
use
on an
four
active
more
floor.
items. Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, there's Finn.
Bassy's done. Her mastery is
Are
complete.
you fucking kidding me? It's fucking Goob.
Of course it is. The one thing that screwed us over last time.
I cannot see.
Oh, it's in a blackout, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Okay, Just Val said that they can take Goob. So I'm just
Okay.
gonna be like, yes. Please.
Okay, skill check, stealth is... Jesus! That screech! Damn! My ears. You good?
No.
Okay, active did you die?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you scared the
Try
hell out
turning a corner.
of me. You scared the hell out of me, eh? Damn!
Try turning a corner. And
Use
I
this active
screamed.
ability 100 times. Purchase 20 items
And
from
now,
Dandy's shop.
wow,
Survive
never
25
seen so
floors,
many bright
65
brain rot.
Hello? Okay, so I'm
Oh,
gonna
a Poppy just said, "Oh,
use-
this is brain rot world," and now, wow, never seen so many brain rot. Oh my gosh. Oh, you gotta
That's a
go
little
too.
crazy.
Oh, Just Val has to go.
Aww. That sucks.
Yeah. V is not a cookie.
Huh?
Nah, V's a cookie. I can just be like, oh,
How is V a cookie?
dang.
Wait a minute. What?
Dang, the other Tisha died before Just Val. Oh,
Damn.
oh, oh, oh. Well, this was a good run. Yeah. It's just Tisha and Tish. It's just Tisha and V. Oh, it's just V. Tisha died. Both Tishas died.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna return to the lobby, and whoever's joining, just meet me in the room where it happened.
He said, "Want to be in the room where it
Have I
happened?
been lied to?
Where it happened?"
Yeah, meet me in the room where it happened. I'm gonna take a little tiny bathroom break, so that, you know, I don't...
Imagine.
Imagine. Can you
Imagine
entertain
taking
the
a bathroom
stream?
break. I don't know how you want me to entertain the stream, mate.
I don't know, just do stuff.
Yeah? Yeah, yeah, that's so easy. Easy for you to say. Whee!
Okay. We're going to deactivate that.
Oh, hi, Sharpo. Where's the random Sharpo? Whee! I'm distracting the Louie. The Louie is being distracted by me. Oh, and Sprout. Let's go. Distract the Louie. Distract the Louie. Oh, wait, I have something that can make this better. Hold up. Where is he? Distract Louie. I'm gonna pop his bubble. Gonna pop his balloon. I'll steal his nose. Mess with the Louie. Circle the Louie. Oh my god. What is this turned into? Catch the Louie. Crush the Louie. Attack Louie! No! Yes! Turn into Shrimpo. All the Shrimpos must kill Louie. Kill Louie! Kill Louie! We're killing Louie! Kill Louie! Kill. Hiya! Beat him up, gang! Beat him up! Beat up the Louie! We shrimp shall rule the world. We're the best 3 shrimp. We got basic Shrimpo, vintage Shrimpo, emo Shrimpo. Let's rule the world. Attack! Attack! My fellow fiends! Oh my god, we look like sharks. Attack! Rah! Run and attack! Rah! Oh my god. Whee! Attack! 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 This is a Shrimpo attack! Now let's attack Dandy! Attack Dandy! Hiya! I'm gonna kill his music, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill his music. Kill Dandy, kill Louie! Destroy the other working machine! You know these machines? Yeah. Do you hate them as much as I hate them? I made them out of order. Let's go. Destroy the machine. Break them all. Shatter their dreams. Damn it. I hate them when I punch the wires. Yeah! As you should. As you should. Destroy the machine. Destroy the machine. And break the screen. And rip the paper. Yeah! Yeah, hate on the machine. Hate the machine. Beat him up. Hiya! Attack!
Don't get cabinet manned.
Oh, hey, what's up? Welcome back.
What are you doing?
Destroying the machine.
They're gonna cabinet man you.
You're welcome. I have entertained your stream.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna approach this sprout and then attack him.
Oh, leave the sprout alone. We don't even know this
Attack
sprout.
the sprout. Attack. Just attack the sprout. And then go back like it's normal. We don't like sprout.
Oh my god. What did they say? And made an achievement? What is happening?
No.
What?
I have no
What are you
clue.
talking about?
Bro, wait. Oh gosh, is this gonna happen again? Is this gonna
What
happen
just
again?
happened? I'm not doing that. I am, however, going to find a raider. Or a raidie.
You're gonna find a raider.
Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta find a person to raid.
Wake up, one way to shake me up. I never wanted to sleep on my. Don't forget, memento mori leaves a debt. I haven't paid it yet. I never wanted to sleep.
That's crazy. I mean, wild, insane even.
Yeah.
T.
Chat,
Y.
get back into the room where it happened.
Oh, T-I-Y.
Ay,
ay.
inside this massive hole,
Y.
and then it swallowed me. I never
E-N.
wanted to sleep up in the same.
Is it a
Can't
0?
remember my own
Yes.
name. The stainless cage. I never
That took forever for me to
wanted
do.
sleep. No more
Oh
time
my
for
god,
you.
my back.
You're
What?
back.
Yeah,
You're back.
my
Lick
back.
my neck. Lick my back. Lick my.
Don't even. Shut up. Oh my god, I'm out.
AFK real quick. Damn it, I was just about to get into a run. I was just about to make a run.
Sad. That's sad, mate. I'm raiding out. I'm gonna go rest up and everything.
What?
I said I'm gonna go rest up and everything after I raid out.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, I gotta get started on a commission. You sound like you're getting tired.
Well, it was just a yawn.
Sound like you're getting tired. Bro's getting sleepy. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Bye!
This time, I'm not gonna try to eat the strawberry. Trust. Lol.
Yeah, you are. Shut up.
Lol. Are you sure that's a trust?
Ah!
A. E. I. O. U. May howl and chilly in the trees. Are you referencing that one comic where like Pebble fucking tries to eat Sprout and then everybody else tries to eat like all the food tunes? Something is fishy. Oh, there they go. A muzzled hound untied and bound, a wild beast cried for release. Ad break soon. Oh man! You need that. You need the something is fishy sticker. She's got the eyes of a snake, like a cash cow. Hell yeah. Victim was a third son of mud. Gas cow. Woke up in the name that I wore this night to the sound of an empty bed. And it's ringing in my ears just like sweet nothings from the voices in your head. Where do you get off being so goddamn beautiful? Oh Lord, don't ask me what I mean. Your stream delay is 7 seconds, yippee. Bing. Okay, let's go and start a run. Maybe super normal run? Let's actually just join this one. Be boost. Touch of an anesthesiologist. Please put me under. Oh. Mine's 0. Mine's 0. Because I am the streamer. Wahahaha. Oh Lord. Chicken pot pie? Oh, I could definitely use a chicken pot pie. Maybe after this run, if we get to floor 20 this run, I might go ahead and switch to Minecraft and see if that's what I need to do to get my my viewerage with Minecraft better. I'll never know, I'll never know, I'll never know what it's like to love you. I'll never know, I'll never know, I'll never know, I'll never know what it's to love you, oh Lord. Bro's starting an organized run. Dances. Oh Lord, I'm bluer than my bones. Where do you get off being so good? Please, hopefully I'll get in. Okay, phew, y'all are in. Let's go. I always do pretty good with a Sprout and Astro, a Sprout and Astro combo. Honestly. So where do you get off being so goddamn beautiful? Ooh. From the lightning bolts admiraries, from the scum-sick teas. I swear I didn't get into... If I didn't get it into a yacht, I would have crashed out. Eclipse crash out public? Why aren't why aren't the extractors getting... Why is our shirt bow? Oh man. I'm a good distractor though. Guess I'll get the valve then. Fuck you, tags. Fuck the tag. Oh, I don't like that. Don't mind me. Yoink. Get your own machine. If you wanna flame me, let's see what's inside. Who want a girl? Who want a girl? Those pretty girls can never die. Why did I switch the order of my things? I put valve last. I was rage. I think I rage baited V. Okay. Make sure you are getting to the back of the elevator. What is V doing? What the hell is V doing? The fuck? Huh? $57. Lol. My head is large. I'm gonna give you a nose. Oh, wait, no. Wait. No, stay still! No! No! Let me give you a nose. Oh, that's a... Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, Connie, and I can... I'm gonna rage bait V. Oh my god, I love that! I love that so much! I'm pissing V off. I'm pissing V off. I love that. I love that I'm pissing me off. Band-Aid here. Get to the elevator. One day you'll go back. Oh shit. How the fuck did that happen? How did that happen? Take your twisted. What? Take your twisted. Fuck. 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 Get him off of me! Get him off of me! Pebble! The fuck was... Ain't very far. You could drown or choke or burn or be hit by a car. Doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. Lose something will eventually. One day you'll look up at the that you let no have the past to regret. Your worries will be over if you slowly realize. Where the hell is this? I don't know. I saw Buxton chasing you, and I was like, oh shit! Bro was trying to find him, okay? He had a bar. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna... Don't bring him near Shrimpo, you idiot! Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? No, you're not trusted. You brought him to Shrimp. You brought them to Shrimpo. Astro, can you do this? Can you do this machine right here? Thank you. Back the fuck up. Stay away. They immediately brought it to Shrimpo. You fucker. Get your ass to the elevator. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, he literally... I got you on stream, dude. There's a band-aid over here, by the way. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out in my mind. I didn't lose it, babe. Pebble, I swear, if Pebble gets someone killed... Where are they? Oh. Is anyone on last? I'm just a psycho, babe, come and go out my mind. I didn't lose it, babe, there wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe, come and go out my mind. I'm only passing through. Whoa, whoa. Everyone at... If Pebble gets hit, I'm ending it all? What? 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 Hello? Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Guys, someone ran in front of me and I was getting them back. Dude. Dude, you need to learn good spots. God damn. Okay, I'll get Goob. I got him. There's a tape over here. Woo. No, you don't. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and lose. Yeah, B, you better get the fuck in. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. Okay, Goob has a pull still. Get to the back. Get to the back. How long am I planning to stream or play? I don't know, actually. Because I'm off tomorrow. What? 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 That is the least efficient. That is the least efficient way. I'll get Goob, though. I'll get the Craft siblings. Woo. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. I'm going to probably play during the update. I'm gonna play, like, during the update time. Me. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me. I'll lose. Oh wait, no, I cannot lose him. It's gonna be me. Okay. Plus, don't wanna while distracting. I'm a pro distractor. I'm a pro distractor, dude. My high floor is 36. Who else was here again? Oh, wait, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Where are they? Oh, fuck. My V mode. Take your fucking twisted. I guess I'm distracting now. There's a machine over here. Hello there. I just gotta do the thing where I just woo. It's really fun chasing starters around when like with Louie and the other Twisteds, because it's like, yeah, I've got less stealth than you. Okay, that's a V. Where did Shrimpo go? Oh, there's Shrimpo. Alright, Sprout. Get your aggro tapes. What the fuck, V? You took his aggro tapes. Bro's saying my aggro. My aggro. Bro's like, my aggro. My aggro. Bro's just standing there like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yes! There it is! There it is! I was like, my aggro tapes. Okay, bye-bye, Omakako. It's Shrimpo and Brusha. Got him. Okay. There's, let me find it. Band-Aid. Boop! Thank you, go football! Oh shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck was that for? Oh! That actually scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Okay, well, if no one's gonna take it, I can't even take it. It's right here. It's like if no one's gonna take it, I'll take it. let's do it. Let's do the tapes. Let's do the tapes. I'm greedy too. I want some tapes. I want to eat some tapes. I'm staring at you. Okay. Gather. So we gather around the campfire and we'll tell a... You're on a 10-second delay. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man. Shit. Oh my god, that's the second time he's... Oh my god. Why is Shrimpo saying sorry? Shrimpo was staying there like a good Shrimpo. You to get to Ellie. No, you motherfucker! You idiot! You fucking idiot! Oh my god. Or not. Because you're a fucking idiot. I'll be fine. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm actually gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. Dude, I'm gonna actually crash out. I'm literally going to crash out. Both of y'all, I'm going to crash out. I'm going to crash out. I'm going to crash out. I'm legitimately going to crash out. You hear me? I'm going to crash out. Genuinely? I'm about to Not me eating dinner. I'm going to crash out. Me? Crash out? Just gonna crash out. Just a little bit. Just, you know. Just a little. We'll crash out with you because you forgot the spice for your tacos. You forgot that spice for your tacos? Hello. Goodbye. Okay, which way is... Okay, I think I'll be able to be safe. Okay. Get to the elevator. Hello. Hello there. Get your tapes. Get your tapes. Fuck. 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 Sprout. Get your tapes. Oh. Strobe said no! I don't want to hear, but, well, yeah, we did. We did. Bro didn't even say a word. Bro just left. Yeah. Wasn't this the normal run? Screams. Yeah. The blackout. Well, time for me to distract, finally. It's an Ichor leak and a blackout. It is an Ichor leak and a blackout. What the fuck? They can stack. They can literally stack. Okay, I'm trying to find Brightney. There's Brightney. It is both an Ichor leak and a blackout. Holy fuck, it's both. Oh, no, 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 no. It is both an Ichor leak and a blackout. I don't think Shrimpo's in here anymore. Because there's no machines in here. Not bones, your bones. You can see. Da 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 da. Ivy, what are you doing? What is V doing? What is V doing? Oh, there's a machine right there. Is this good or broken? Okay, that's broken. Wowee! Bro's back. Oh, it's this way. Wait, no, it's this way. Didn't sign up for this. What the? What is that? Oh my gosh, there's two. There's two. Oh my gosh. I need to invest in getting hit. Should probably pop if everyone's at Ellie. Yeah. Sprout floor. Sprout floor. Sprout floor. Sprout floor. Sprout floor. Yippee! I was right yet again. The lighting in the elevator always messes up whenever it's a sprout floor. It's actually kind of funny. Do not see. Do not see him. Do not see him. Okay. There is a med kit here. I need to find whoever else is here. What the fuck? Dude, what the hell? Oh, it's Roger. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, oops, sorry. Who is that right there? Is it, that better not be Shrimpo. It's fucking Shrimpo, never mind. It's fucking Shrimpo. There's one more. I think there's one more. I thought I saw another outline. Rapping ads about sour cream are the best. Is it the Daisy sour cream? Is it do a dollop of Daisy? Do a dollop of Daisy. Huh? I was right! I was right! I was fucking right! Oh my gosh, I was right! There's another one! I was like, I thought, like, I could have sworn I saw another one. I was right! Holy shit, guys, I was right. Holy shit. There's a tape over here. There's a tape over here, Sprout. Sprout, there's a tape over here. You need to get this tape, or else everybody's gonna die. There's a tape over here. You're getting me money. It's over here, it's over here. It's right here. Hell yeah. Oh, they stopped in a split second. Yippee! Getting me money. They're all waiting for Sprout to get to the elevator. Popping that, I popped Roger. I popped the Roger capsule. For fun. Whee. What? Me popping Roger? Lol. Imagine. Imagine. L. Toodles, get your ass over here. Louie, you also get over here. Goob, watch out. There's two others over here. Jump Louie. Oh gosh. Jump this Louie, not me. Twisted Louie has gotten into my head and is saying some very bad words. No, Holy shit. It is Hatsune Miku. It's static. It's that Hatsune Miku. Just imagine, like, just imagine the view. Just imagine the view that the other people who are not watching stream have. Shrimp! Eject! Salem Cat was shrimping it. Salem Cat was shrimping it. You went to Comic-Con? Oh my gosh, I really want to go to a Comic-Con. I really want to cosplay. I need to cosplay more, honestly. Because I have Moondrop from Five Nights at Freddy's and Sundrop. I need to remake Moon's hat though, because I lost it while I was moving. But yeah, I need to cosplay Moon, because now I have the Athena palette from like, I have the Athena face paint palette. Damn it, tagged. It's me. The world. Get your tapes. Sprout, your tapes. Sprout, your tapes. What the fuck? Your tapes. You didn't get your tapes. Your mom sells. Oh, you can't buy it. Oh. Same user. Just gotta use this as an ad, like as an advertisement. Is that Astro? No, that's Russia. That's just Russia. I'm an idiot. Oi! Speaking of Astro, get the fuck away from Astro. I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one. But I know a bitch when I see one. Static. Used to be. Why is Brusha loose? Excuse me, get your ass back over here. Stop trying to hit the gritty elsewhere and get your ass over here. Jesus. But I'm literally hitting these clips. Go take a shower. Ooh. Shrimpo got a little bit too close for comfort. Hey, there's some tapes in that room. Oh, thank God they still Naruto running. They were like hitting the gritty earlier. I thought they deleted it. Bro's going to raid Area 51. Bro is literally going to raid Area 51. You got tagged. Hell, imagine getting tagged. Could it be me? Couldn't be me. It could not be me. It could not be me. Totally not me. Okay. Sprout. 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 Aggro tapes. Sprout. Where are your aggro tapes? Sprout. I was like, I want to do it. Sure, but I want to do. Oh, dang it. Your delay is so bad. Oh, jeez. Imagine it's Pebble. That'd be funny. It's not Pebble. Teehee. I'll eat your internet. It's not mine! Oh, wait. I thought you were talking about you blaming my internet for your down prime. Russia, get your ass over here. Get your ass over here. Yeah, I think we only have 4, I think. Anyways. Bro's just standing on there. Mine! What do you mean, dumb Louie? What do you mean, dumb Louie? What? What do you mean, dumb Louie? I'm not dumb. I'll kill you. I made a cheese skin for Astro. I'll kill you if you call me dumb again. Damn. Calling me dumb Louie. Why is bro meowing? Love doodling. Same. Honestly, I need to do a art stream again. Like the, I could, ooh, what if I do a drawing with viewers again? That would honestly be pretty fun. Is that an air horn? Hold up, I need to make a quick turnaround and see if that actually is an air horn or not. It is. But I have 2 band-aids and a med kit. Never mind. Wowee! Wowee, boss! I can't believe you did that. Yippee! Spro's getting aggro. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Okay. Okay, good. Wasn't this a normal run? Tee. Tee. I'm known for turning normal runs into long runs. Come on. Okay, I got those two. There is a med kit. There is a med kit. Oh, hey, there's Roger. Russia, what the hell? Oh, that's what. What do I even do? Please don't go after Shabot. Okay. Oh shoot, Roger is there. Lol. It wasn't me. No. It wasn't me. I didn't cause you. Psst, V here. Hi, V. You almost made me crash out earlier, by the way. I was like, dude. Because it was whenever I primed that last machine so that you could get the elevator. And then you took the machine and I was like, God damn it. Hi, V. I'm such a good distractor. I know, I'm such a good distractor. Tee. You should probably get to the elevator. Oh wait, this is the elevator. Let me just quickly move out of the way. Excuse me. Whoopsies. We're just gonna go this way. I was like, you guys should probably get to the elevator. Oh wait, I am. Oh shit. Oh no. No. Okay. Holy cow. That was scary. Vanity. Yes. That was scary. That was very scary. That was so scary. You will be a nightlight? It's not a blackout. Oh. Motherfuck you, GG. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm getting robbed. I'm actively getting robbed, guys. Can someone leave this band-aid, leave this band-aid for last? So that I can at least have one, so I can at least have one band-aid. I want this band-aid. But I gotta wait. Hi, Astro. Did I leave anybody? No, I did not. Breaks loose as all hells always do. What the hell can I do? Have a little less than leave band. Yeah, leave, please. Bro can't run. Oh shit. Your body, my temple, baby. I was like, Louis? I don't think I have a Louis. I still can't believe that one floor had both the Ichor leak and the fucking, and the thing. And blackout. 69. Aw. 79. No 69. For my own damn sins, you help those who help themselves. Get to the elevator. Get to the elevator. Don't take it, 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 don't take it. Don't take it, 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 do not take it, do not take it, do not take it. Yippee! I got all of my stuff robbed. Fuck you, Dandy. Fuck you, Dandy. I hate you so much. You can literally get dragged down I-40. You can literally get dragged by your green pedal going down I-40 with Gigi. Amen. Astro has the ears and tail. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You've gotta be shitting me, bro. Can someone take Goob? I can take everybody else, but this map sucks with Goob. I'm gonna grab Astro real quick. Here, I got Astro. Like a halo, like a halo. Hydrate, okay. Let me open my cap real quick. Okay, cap is off. Hydration complete. Who's in the room, by the way? I hope it's not Shrimpo. Although knowing my luck, it probably is Shrimpo in that. Because I see someone's light. Oh, I need to grab... Oh, nope, it's not Shrimpo. Okay. Stretch. Okay, I'm stretching my back. And my legs. Who else just saw me? Where the hell is Shelly? Where did Shelly go? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Ooh! No, 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 no! Thank you. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck. I am like super low on stamina. Help. Help. I'm scared. I'm very scared. Big fuck. Oh no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Shit. 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 That is not good. I have lost Goob. I lost Goob. I lost Goob. I am so sorry. Holy shit! I just juked Astro! Oh my gosh. Okay, Gooba's over that way. This is scary. Run, Obsidian! Use those little legs! I'm terrified. I got no clue where Goob is. And that scares me even more. No. Okay, I see Goob. I see Goob. Uh-huh. Oh, of course Goob has to approach me. I'm going to move a little bit away from Goob. Oh shit, who just died? Did V just die? Just go. I didn't know Cosmo there. No. Oh, Shrimpo outlived us. Shrimpo outlived us. Whoopsies. Oh, there's my two friends. Cosmo, you. Yeah, literally. Literally. Cosmo, like, killed most of us, too. Freak Cosmo. We hate Cosmo. We hate Cosmo in this chat. Is that Sprout? Nah. Nah. Oh god. Pebble? Is Pebble here too? I see V. It's V and Sprout. Bro's like, I'm dead. Bro's literally like, gonna be dead. Oh, Shrimpo got a box of chocolate. Okay, it's just V and Sprout. Oh my gosh. Remember last night whenever I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I could have used that earlier. I could have used that earlier. I could have used that earlier when I needed to actually get the questions. Crashing the fuck out. Come on, Shrimpo, you got this. You got this, little dude. You got this, little dude. You're low-key goated at distracting. Thank you. Yeah, a couple nights ago, me and Charlotte, which is Sprout, this is our like, I usually friend people that I get to at least like floor 20 to 25 around. We got to floor 28. And the thing is, it's like, I'm literally like type runs I get when I'm not live. Yeah, we got to floor 28, but my high floor is 36. And that was kind of, I think like 3 months ago now. I think. Your high floor is floor 34. Hell yeah. I think Sprout is, didn't you say 56 or something? Or was that, the other person? Oh. Oh! Oh! Shit! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Shit! Oh, shit! That's not good! That's not good at all! I wonder if I can find a photo, because I know I usually photograph, like, my high floors. Not photograph my high floors, but, like, photograph the... Oh, it's 9 o'clock. The runs that I get to, like, really high in. That was 26. Was it whenever I was sick and had to go to urgent care? Was that around that time? No, that's 24. Oh, that's when I got kissed by Scraps. Floor 29. And then got killed by fucking Finn because I juked Scraps and then died to Finn immediately after. That was kind of funny. Not that one. It was August 29th. August 29th was whenever I hit my highest floor. Chicken pot pie. La, la. Oh no, Shrimpo. Oh no. Shrimpo is hiding. Yeah, so I did a TikTok and I posted the TikTok to TikTok, you know. And the fuck was that noise? The fuck was that noise? Was that V? All I heard was like a bang. But oh shit, 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 oh no, 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 no. Shrimpo's dead. No. No. Shrimpo died. Shrimpo died. Hey, Shrimpo to floor 19 because of my goated distracting. Awesome. Here, I know we didn't get to floor 20, but we are at floor 19. I died floor 18. we all basically this run was doomed after, you know. But yeah, I typically do. Oh shit. Oh shit, bro's gonna distract both of them. Shit. Oh shit! God damn! Oh no! That is not good. Holy. Oh hey, there's a band-aid. I just need to round up. Yeah. Okay. So typically I need a backup distractor, and yeah. That pebble earlier in the run was pissing me off because dude literally said he didn't, you know, watch pebbles punch. Oh god, it's terrifying. In a blackout. I don't hear anything, but I'm like partially, like, I can't hear that well anyways, so it's like, oh, Finn's there. Oh no. V floor trolls. Honestly, I love distracting Pebble on this floor because I can actually, you know the two parts that are like on the sides over there? I love distracting, like, in doing ads. They removed his steps. I got an ad, hello. Yay! Yay, giving me money! It's slice of life. It's slice of life by Glass Animals. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let us out of this ad. I can't do that, unfortunately. Holy lag and ads. Are y'all back? Are y'all back? Giving me money. You gotta give me money. Giving me money. Yay! Thank you for giving me your money. Give me your money. Set us free, Obsidian. I can't do that. You gotta do that. You gotta wait a little tiny bit. Yeah, it is Slice of Life by Glass Animals. Do you want to hear it again, since you missed most of it? Because it's a good song. I'm impatient. I don't want to wait. Yeah. Rock Boy on Twitch. Oh. Oh my god, he's zooming. Bye bye, chicka pie pie. Imagine being in school. Luckily, I am off. I am off of work tomorrow. Like, I am so glad about that. Like, whew. Oh shit. Yeah, I have a job. I have a full-time job in an apartment. Oh shit, bro, missed a skill check. I have a funny thing to do real quick. I have a very funny thing to do actually. Job, work, I have a job. Work, job application, job, application, full-time job, benefits, pay, salary, hourly, 12 an hour. Cashier. Starts shaking like a scared baby. I swear to God, I hate you. Paid time off. Dude, I literally get paid time off though. Like, it's awesome. It's honestly the best job I've had. Cause, no, it's not. Get back to work. I wish I could be a full-time streamer, though. That would be fun. I am very excited. I am super excited. Oh my gosh, I'm super excited. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. But yeah, I have to, unfortunately, I have to work. I need the Shelly. Oh yeah, I'm gonna spend all my Robux picks, basically. Haven't heard of Care Bear since I was in the single digits of age. Work, haver, imagine. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow is my day off. And so I'm gonna be able to stream the update. And I think Salem Cat's gonna be able to stream with me as well. I think. Man, I remember whenever I was a little kid and we actually got the VHSs because we had a little CRT TV and it wasn't really that little. It was actually large. It was very large. And like V. It was a CRT TV, and I remember as a little kid, I put like the little Vici? What the fuck? VHS inside of the VHS player, and it was a little Care Bears VHS. Vici? Shush. Well, I see it's season 2, episode 3. If anybody needs me, I'll be in my coffin. I'm reading these. Bro does not like that. Oh, Goop! I just saw how Goop was drawn. Oh. 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 Sprout just juked Shrimpo! Let's fucking go! But yeah, every time I watched Care Bears, it was whenever I was usually sick. And so every time I watched Care Bears, it just felt like a fever dream. Twisteds, go tickle them. Welcome back, Autism King. I'm dead. I've been dead for 2 fucking bars. I died because there was a goob, there was a blackout, there was also an Astro and a Shelly, and I was trying to get to the elevator during panic mode, and then you wanna guess what happened? You wanna guess what fucking happened? Cosmo killed me. There was nowhere I could go. Yes, dial. No, Cosmo killed me. Out of every single Twisted that could have killed me. Cosmo. I could have been killed by Astro, by losing all of my stamina. But no, I didn't. I see Shelly. I see Shelly. I see Louie. I see Brescia. Is that Pebble? There's Roger. Was that Pebble? Oh, hey Goob, again. There's Shelly, there's Goob. Want me, come and find me in my coffin, hold my hands, we'll dance the 12-step on my brain. I'd kill the man I am for one more chance to be yours, baby. You're gonna draw your Dandy's World OCs? Alright, alright. Since Lolly's in sticky needed design. It's getting sticky. 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 Yeah, it's getting sticky. 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 I need to play that song, actually. You know what? We're going to play that song. Sticky by Tyler, the Creator. It's such a nice song. I like this and Like Him. Those are my 2 favorite in this album. I haven't listened to the entire album, but this one and Like Him are my favorite. Sticky. Outside in the zone. Knock, 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 knocking at the door. Yippee! I barely know the lyrics. Sticky, sticky, bitch, it's getting sticky, 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 yeah, it's getting sticky, sticky, sticky. I'm watching these 2. I'm watching them. I'm waiting for, like, this round to end so that we can start another round. It's getting sticky. It's getting sticky. Goob. It's Goob. I can't wait for Goob and Scraps to get their optimizations. Should we yeah. Oh. Right, right. Ugh, school havers. Oh my gosh, they're school runners. Oh my gosh. Oh shit, there goes Sprout! There goes Sprout! Oh, hell yeah. Situation. Sprout found dead, floor 21. Do, do, do. Yeah, Chromotopia! Okay, meet me in the room where it happened. Better grab a mop, it's getting sticky in this bitch. We better grab a mop, it's getting sticky in this bitch. Better grab a mop, it's sticky in this bitch. Just waiting. Come on, 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 come on. Oh, that I'm going the complete wrong way. Are you? Oh my gosh, we do know you. Hello. I'm in the room where it happened. This is the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room where it happened. You are getting exotic butters. If you can hear the stream, start spinning. Oh, hell yeah. I didn't even know you were watching it too. Tism King, you don't hear it? Oh shit, Tism King isn't here in the stream. Is Tism King in the stream? Oh. Well, why didn't you? Ugh. Okay, what I'm gonna do real quick as well, because I'm trying to revive it. I gotta revive it, you know? The Discord! The Discord! We are trying to revive the Discord. This is like almost a full run, too. Oh, a disc. Yeah. It's a disc. There's so many tags, oh my gosh. I just have the attention span of a Sesame Street. Street? I have the attention span of a Sesame Street, guys. Don't worry. I have the attention span of a Sesame Street. That's what I've got. The attention span of a Sesame Street. I'm a deer. Boop, boop. I'm in my mom's car. Vroom, vroom. Get out me car. Aww. Let's make a run. ABC Pro. There's 7. There's an 8th. Let's go to the Sproutivator in 3, 2, 1. -1. 2. 3, 2, 1, -1. That's how we count. That is how we count, guys. That is how we count. Lamau. Megatron 1. I should probably put my music back on real quick. Alright. -0.10000. That's the same as, yeah. I gotta actually, Sprite, I'm your, oh wait, I should probably ready up. Oh my gosh, it's Goober! I know, Louie. The only two that aren't watching is Blot and Shrimpo. That's hilarious. Ooh, let's listen to some Jack Stauber. Give it a little time. Yippee! I see Tisha and I see Shrimpo. And me. There's a tape right here. Oh my gosh, there's a tape. Oh, there's Tisha. I was like, where's Tisha? Tisha was behind me this entire time. Okay, since I have... yeah, it's 2 time. Okay, Tisha's gonna take my first heart. There we go. Tisha has taken my heart. Juke. Hell yeah. Pressure. I've played a little bit of Pressure. I'm not the best at it. I'm better at Doors. But that was like, oh my gosh, I haven't played Doors in like a while either. Yeah, because I was like I'm an OG Doors player. I was there before they had the second floor. And funny thing, I was getting used to the new update, like whenever they first added the second floor. And get your tapes. What the fuck? Wait, who lost a heart anyways? Who was that? Evil lag spike. Evil lag. We don't like this lag. We like the car. The car that goes vroom. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. The car that goes vroom. I'm a car now. Hi, Louie. Hi, Yada. Oh my gosh, we have all those. Oh, that's not Yada. That's Brightney. Hi, Yada. And then I see it's Brightney. Nah, I'm outline blind. I did not see that it was Brightney. There's an eject button. How a lot of people go. They're like, eject button! Eject! There's an eject button, guys. There's an eject button. You guys need to grab the eject button. The eject button. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I think it's too late to get... Hello! Goodbye! There's a tape over here. Yeah, we have a Shrimpo. She wasn't going far, Amantha. Get back here, you did my machine. Okay, let's get Sprout his tapes. Did you get your aggro tapes? Suppression! I like suppression a lot. Suppression is my favorite. Punch is very cartoony. Did y'all see the new thing for the Care Bears? How like you can actually see Shrimpo's idol in there? The new spoiler. So you can see Shrimpo's new idol in it. And it's actually, honestly, I like it. I like it a lot. There's some tapes right there. Oh my gosh, there's a tape. Yeah, he can punch. I wish he has an ability to where he can just punch things. Like he can punch. Thank you, Ko-Fi. Everybody, you need to thank the Ko-Fi bot. The Ko-Fi bot is amazing. So thank the Ko-Fi bot. Just go, thank you, Ko-Fi bot. We love Ko-Fi bot. We love Ko-Fi bot. Wee. Yeah. How dare you? You know what? You're dying. Let me find V real quick. Hold up, let me find V. V's gonna die today. You better thank Ko-Fi Bot. You better thank Ko-Fi Bot. Candy for our favorite strawberry. V in Ellie. Help. My delay. Lol. What floor are we at? Sprout, what floor are we at on the stream? What floor are we at? Gets shot 95 times. Tapes. Oh yeah, you are Bassy. I forgot about that. Can I do the Louis slide? I want to do the Louis slide. Damn it, I can't do the Louis slide. I remember one time the game had like freaked out so badly that whenever me and my friends had gotten into a run, because it was when Dandy's World it just crashed. Basically what had happened was we like purple is slowly disappearing and red is turning octagon or no or orgotan, huh? Orangutan? Orangutan. Orange. Oh. Orangutan. And now from Justin Bieber. Yeah, there's tapes at my spot. Orangutan. Yeah. There's actually a lot of tapes right there. Lead through space. You motherfucker, I was gonna take that. I was gonna take that as a joke and be like, haha, I took those tapes. Blood already ate them. Guys, guys, guys. Come get your aggro! Come get your aggro! Oh my gosh. Come get your aggro, guys. You're turning orangutan. I ate the tapes because I saw Prout going to Ellie. You saw Prout. Come get your eyebrow. Come get your eyebrow, guys. You want a split eyebrow? That's losing part of your eyebrow. You don't get to have that. Oh, Brighty! Come here. Come here. My pretty. There's 2 stealth candies in there. You're what? Oh, you're dyslexic. Same. Yeah, I have got, yeah, there's 2 stealth candies. It's in, one of the rooms over there. There's a tape over here! Oh my gosh, there's a tape over here! There's a tape over here! There's a tape over— You saw me bald? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You ain't seen shit. There's a machine over there, by the way. There's a treadmill machine. I want to see you try to do your ability on the treadmill machine. Whoop, 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 whoop. DoorDash. Very tempting, but I don't want to end up wasting it if I ever see a Bach. I prefer Bachs a lot more. My tier list for items that I like to have would be, like, the good items, would probably be Pop, Air Horn, Box of Chocolates. I am a air hornaholic. I am an air hornaholic. Shrimpo, get in the elevator! Holy shit. Guys. Oh shit. Oh hell yeah. Oh, there's also a band-aid there! Astro's hat is slowly turning blue. No, it ain't. Are you okay? Rudy, are you okay? You know what? I'm giving V a nose. No, damn it, he moved! Damn it! I'm gonna give Shrimpo a nose. No, he's just got a forehead nose. That's how it is. Hey, there's Brightney and there's Shrimpo. Those aren't meant to bend. No, those aren't meant to bend. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw him, you would even say it glows. It smells like smoke in my room. Oh. Where the fuck is Shrimpo? I can't find Shrimpo anywhere. I don't know where either of them are. I mainly need to find Twisted Shrimpo somewhere. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a little shiny nose. And if you ever saw him, I cannot even see. Motherfucker, fuck you, Brightney. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Jesus. Oh god, that's Shrimpo. Okay, we're just gonna go this way. No. It smells like weed in here. I think my neighbors are smoking. How the hell did Brightney I don't know. I don't know how she touched me. But she did. Is that a box of chocolate? Oh, no, that's not. That's a trash can. That's a wall. I almost just walked right into that wall, too. Oh, my eyes! My fucking eyes! Ooh. My eyes. My eyes. My eyes. My eye. No, I want avaricious. That's what I want. Ad break. Oh, hell yeah. It was the 3 shiny It was the 3 shiny tunes. 20-second delay. Ad break is soon. Yep, there's the ad there. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, there's also a band-aid right there. Stop playing Ring Around the Rosie with me, Bryony. I don't want... Where the fuck did where did Finn go? Finn. Get your fucking ass over here. Jesus. I messed up. I tried to juke them. I could not juke them. Help me. Guys, help. I'm at 1 heart. Fuck you, ad. Freak you, ad. Oh wait, there's a band-aid. Oh shit, there's Shrimpo right there. No! Get your ass over here. Get over here. No. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What was that? What was that? I don't... Oh. Guys, V died right in front of my eyes. I'm probably going to be live tomorrow during the update time, by the way, around tomorrow. Just so y'all know. I'm I'm probably gonna go live like probably like 5 or 10 minutes beforehand. And then yeah. It'll probably be with my friend Salem Cat, who is also a really good distractor as well, but they've been playing the shrimp boat because they wanted to do it. Yeah. I always I still need to make my stream schedule, by the way. But yeah, Dandy's white. Oh gosh. Yeah, I always ping. Have a fun night. You should definitely follow my Twitch because I see you aren't following it. Where's the other? I did not see that. I did not see Louis. Oh. You don't really check Twitch often, but you will. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's the only time y'all get to have, there's a tape over here. It's the only time y'all get to have the, whatchamacallit, the metal pipe so far. It's nice. Until I hit my sub goal, y'all are in the basement, cause, I guess vintage y'all. You're trying to girt out? Hello? So, back whenever I first started streaming again, this is like, whenever I was first Obsidian the Rock Boy, I did have, like, it was, I think in the Tulip SMP, phase. My chat, at that time, I kid you not, would spam the fuck. Bye-bye. They would spam the fuck out of the metal pipe sound alert. And the thing is, it was loud. It was loud. Dude, where the fuck are they going? Why are they immediately splitting off? What the hell? I literally lost them, like, right just now, and they split away. I wanna go gambling. I wanna go gambling. Can I go gambling? No gambling? I didn't get to go gambling. Yeah, I'm not giving it back until, the sub goal is met. So if y'all have family that have money and want to sub, then, or if you have Twitch Prime and you want to do that, yeah. You can do that. Join the hashtag bro. Bro. I'm chilling at 200 ping. Your leaves are pink. Hi, Sprout. I think you got tagged. Bye, Sprout. Hey, it's like a red light. It's like a stoplight. Everybody's green. Stone and Eclipse are both green. Charlotte is red, and then Tism King. I'm gonna take that. Someone else take the med kit. Alright, there we go. I think it's because, Stone and Doppel, like, they were in a call together, they know each other, so they probably gotta go to sleep. What? Back. What? Oh, Dandy is sort of normal now. Bessie has emotions? I see Shrimpo. Do we still have Shrimpo, by the way? Is Shrimpo still with us? Yeah, Shrimpo's still with us. Oh my god, there's 2 band-aids. Right next to each other, dude. There's a med kit. There is a med kit. There is literally 2 band-aids and a med kit here. Okay, where is... Oh, Boxin? Boxy Boo. Yeah, I'm full. I have an air horn, a band-aid, and a med kit. That means that something bad's about to happen. You know what I mean? Something bad's about to happen. But da 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 da. Oh wow 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 bum bum ba da da. Ba da 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 da. Shrimpy boy take. Shrimpy boy. It's so funny. That's not the right thing. Woo. Bye, Sprout. Bye, Sprout. Bye, Sprout. I'm gonna chase you. I'm also gonna do this so that you get aggro. Hell yeah, you got aggro. Let's fucking go. You got the aggro immediately. Crustacean. Did you get the med? No. Guys, get in the elevator. You got your, you know. I was like, here you go. Oh, hell yeah. More stamina. Let's go. Yeah, I gave you aggro. Yeah, I gave you aggro. You got aggro. You got aggro. So you got your tapes. Your yummy tapes. Your delicious tapes. Oh, hey, Shrimpo, again. Is that Yada? Yeah, that's Yada. I thought you were trying to walk on me with... I gave you aggro. Dude, I gave you aggro there. Let's talk about cats. So, I actually had a cat. She's still alive. Don't worry. She's still alive. She's just with my dad, unfortunately. And I don't have contact with him anymore. Her name is Gigi. And whenever I was still living there with my dad, we were best friends, basically. She is what you call a lynx tip Siamese. And what that is a tabby cat mixed with a Siamese cat. And they get the vocals of a Siamese. They are very vocal like a Siamese cat. And they're also very smart like both a tabby and a Siamese. But a lynx point Siamese, like, if you look at my clips on my Twitch, like after stream and whatnot, you can probably see, last machine's right over there, by the way. You can see that, like, they have the Siamese, characteristics. But they're more gray with blue eyes. You have a fear of cats? Oh my gosh. Holy cow. I'm allergic to cats and dogs, but YOLO. My Jima has 2 kittens and 3 dogs, and whenever I went over, I literally picked up their cats. They have 2 cats, Dusty Rose and Tiger Lily. Dusty Rose, they're both sisters. They found them in the shed. They are so adorable. Dandy. What the fuck are those items? But yeah, die Dandy, yeah, basically. But like, Dusty Rose, she's sweet. She's fine with us picking her up. Hell, she likes being picked up sometimes. Tiger Lily, well, wait. Dusty Rose is actually very quiet. She is the most quietest cat that I've ever seen. I've never heard her meow before. Like, not once. Oh shit, Toodles, Get the fuck away from Astro! Oh my gosh. Okay, where did I lose Poppy? Poppy. 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 Get your ass back over here. I will drag you by your pink little bow and put you in a fucking meat grinder. Memory. I'm gonna go this way because I see Shrimp Bow. Sprout. Sprout. Behind you! Because she got lost. I lost her. She got lost. Yeah. Because she's useless. This is why Boxton's better. Guys, who will die first? Let's make a prediction. Louis. Bruh. Okay, I'm gonna distract over here. Lights on, keep them up or I'm gone. We can stay and we can play until dawn. That cheese is definitely like moldy as fuck. I mean, the distractor always dies first. Yeah, to be honest, true. Color out of lines with crayons. I'm depressed now. What the hell is this pelling? What the fuck? What the fuck? Lights on, keep them up or I'm gone. We can play until dawn. Color out of lines with crayons. Lights on. I just realized you were just saying the next line. 6, 7. Guys, 6, 7. Oh, 7, 7. My Gmo's thinking about taking me on a cruise soon, and it's kind of funny because like we were looking at dates like for next year, and when we looked at August, I was like, "Hey Gmo, you know by that time, you know by that time, you know I'm gonna be 20 by then, right?" And she was like, "I don't even want to think of it." Because I was the first, like, grandchild, I was the first, I want the gay card. Well, I'm a gay card. I don't even know what I'm saying. Oh, hey, Shelly. It's Shrimpo, Yada, Shelly, Band-Aid. Twisted Band-Aid, guys. It's Twisted Band-Aid. Oh, hey, Shrimpo. Oh, Shelly! My name is Shelly, cause I'm Michelle. As I was saying with the get your hands away from that button! You will kill us all if you touch that button. Where's the fourth one? Oh, hey, Louis. What's up, Louis? Get your hands away from that button! You will boop. Are you booping me? Are you booping me? What are you booping me with? I think you just ran right into the bench. Are you okay? Yay, death! I booped the button! But it's a button. I know, right? I always have to push buttons. But yeah, my Gmo like was like, "No, you're not 20. You're not turning 20." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am." I didn't see that bench. Yeah, probably because you were looking down. You weren't looking in front of you. That's fine. Where's the face cam? I turned it off. I was tired of having a flashlight in my fucking eyes. I can turn it back on, but I'm not putting the flashlight back on. Plus also, that's like a new thing that I've been doing, because I'm finally getting comfortable with like my face again. Hi, guys. Hi, chat. I can just do this now. What does Dandy have? Fucking shit items. Fuck you, Dandy. Shelly's head gets chopped off, yeah. Yay, face cam. So excited about the face cam, too. Yippee! They're all so excited about the face cam. It's literally just me, guys. It's me. Hi. There's Flutter, there's Boxton, there's Brightney. What the fuck just happened? I think I just lagged. My ping is 400. Holy shit. Okay, there's Flutter, and I need one more. Is it Cosmo? It's Cosmo. Oh shit! Come on. This way. Got him. Wait, is Louis here too? Louis goated. Thank you. Hello. I think you failed a skill check there. She was chasing me. I was following you with her. Oopsies. Something is fishy. Yeah, something is fishy. Honestly, I wonder how far I'd be able to get with, like, a blush crunch run. If I'm distracting, like, you know. Air horn where? I know I already have an air horn, but I will use it to get another air horn just to get the other air horn. Where is it? That's Shrimpo. You go the other way. Where is it? Where that air horn at? I'd very much like an air horn. Oh no, I've gotten ill. Oh no, I've gotten ill trying to get an air horn. I got no clue where it is. Oh. Oh, Shrimpo, get away. Where are you? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Apparently blush crunch runs are mean. Oof. I'm gonna go over here this way. Yeah, I've only done public runs. That's how I got good at public runs. Because I refuse to do, like, anything not a public run. Holy shit, my ping just... Now let's go gambling, guys. Thank you, Blot. Sprout's hair is still pink. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Technically, during this stream, we're gonna end up doing like 60 floors. Oh, hey, Toodles. Toodles, Yada. Roger's here. That's Shrimpo. Oh, shit. No! Oh shit. I didn't count. I don't know what our count's gonna be. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Watch out, Rudy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. She's gonna pull. Not pull, but grab. 3, 4, 5. It's raining sideways! 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5. So, oh my god! Holy shit! I juked them. Holy shit! Holy shit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not 12, that's 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh shit, I'm like kind of running low on stamina. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Woo! That was me. That was me. I fucked up. We're gonna try our best to lose Scraps real quick. Thank you. Scraps is on the loose. Just beware. So, fun fact. I am from Oklahoma. Oh, thank you, Kofibot. Yeah, I am Oklahoman. I am an Oklahomie. It is pretty well known. He's still white. Dies. I'm Oklahoma. I'm Oklahoman. Dies. Yeah. I am an Oklahoman. An Oklahomie is you might, you know, every so often. Oklahoma, yeah. Huh. This isn't even Oklahoma. Oh, there's 5. There's 5 twisted now. You're not my friend. You're my Oklahomie. So, funny thing, I was never really, well, I wasn't never, but, I wasn't really in sports in, like, high school. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna avoid Shrimpo real quick. I wasn't really in sports. And so, you know. But I was in band in middle school, but then in high school I just kind of didn't really do any, like, thing like that. But I was in fashion design, and I went to a tech center to get a certificate. Oh, your nose is bleeding. Oh, no. I used to play E-flat clarinet, or not E-flat. I wanted to play E-flat, but I ended up playing B-flat, 69. I ended up playing B-flat clarinet. Because I really wanted to play E-flat, but they were like, yeah, it's too expensive. You ain't doing that. Oh, Shrimpo's on that machine. Let's just avoid Shrimpo. I'm going to distract over there. There are no, like, kind of enclosed, but not really enclosed. You know what I mean. Yo, 1000, the big 100. 1800. He's so handsome, he's my hero. 1800. Hit my number, hit my line. 1800. He's so handsome, he's my hero. 1800. Got that 1-800. I just realized, is Shrimpo like... Is Shrimpo on the last machine? And is that last machine all the way over there? Oh no, Shrimpo's over there. Okay. Oh, Shrimpo's over there. Electrify my heart. I'm gonna distract over here. Electrify my heart. Ooh, baby hotline. So I'm a fan of Will Wood, Jack Stauber. Oh my gosh. Will Wood, Jack Stauber, Lemon Demon, all that stuff. Tally Hall. Wait, who got hit? How did you get hit? Let's do times up, guys. Tally Hall mentioned. Fuck! I did it too late. I used my fucking air horn too late. Baby hotline. Quarter of quarters and no many borders and no borders. I can tell that you're no! Get the fuck over here, you two. Fuck! No! No! Help! Blot! Help! 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 No! No! Blot, help! 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 We need help. Blot, help. Blot's not even watching stream. Help me. I don't know what to do in this situation. I am scared. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. Oh my gosh. There's a treadmill one over here. Yeah, they're good. Me mentally though? No, I'm not good. That was a terrifying experience. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Get the fuck over here, you two. I think I got both of them. Fuck you, Finn. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck it. Get your ass over here, Toodles. You motherfucker. Oh my gosh. Tisha. Oh my gosh. These Twisteds do not want to be rounded up, apparently. Eyes will open wide. Eyes run and hide. Ooh, ad break. Yippee, giving me money. 69.79. Oh man. I like how you can tell it's an ad time because everybody in stream chat or like in Roblox chat is like, motherfucking ads, god damn you, you motherfucker. I cannot believe. Okay. No, I know. Oh, I know, I know. Oh, I hate hoping, no. I hate hoping. I'm gonna put on the Will Wood beanie. Honestly, one day I should also half the stream is Obsidian swearing. Yeah, I swear a lot. I swear a lot. I swear a lot. I swear a lot. Someone should make like a compilation of just me swearing like every. Okay, it's Poppy. I got Yada. If you see a Twisted, can y'all start bringing them to me? Just like that. Because I'm gonna be honest, I got no clue. Okay, there's Tegan. I have Toodles, Tegan, Yada, Poppy, Boxton. Yeah. Also, can someone do this machine in the middle? Like this one right here. And probably this one too. Because I have no clue where they are now. 10 out of 10 face cam. Yeah. Yeah. I warned y'all. I warned y'all about this. Tax lady. Oh, I filed taxes for the first time earlier this year. Like on my own. It was kind of cool because I got my tax return and I was like, holy shit. That's amazing. Because I was able to like buy a new bike. Hi Shrimpo. Shrimpo's in a cage. There's about to be a 69. Yeah, because I've been working since I was 16. Hell, aww. There wasn't a 69. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Broken. Or actually, I'm gonna go like right here to Broken, around Broken. Like how yesterday I was showing y'all all of my Lunchables. Like the off-brand Lunchables. It was kind of funny. Oh, yeah, at work, so since I work at a thrift store, we have to pull clothes and like put clothes on the floor. So basically what happened was like this morning we were pulling and I was like, we didn't pull that much. We pulled 1,000 pieces off of the floor. Like off of the sales floor. Which is a lot. And we lost our runner, so we're just like, I wanna go gambling. Yes, Rudy agrees with me. Yes! Yes! I can go gambling! I can go gambling! Yes! Are you fucking kidding me? I fucking got it. Gigi, take my instructions! Oh, shit! Where is he? Where? Oh! Yeah. Shit, what's going on? Why are the twisted... No! Get him back! Please! Thank you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh fuck. 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 What do I do? What do I do? Blot, please don't take them! Fuck. Fuck. I was trying to round them all up. I can jungle kite on this floor! I can jungle on this floor. I was trying to take them all. And then people kept on taking them. How the fuck was Blot taking the others? Oh my god. Shrimpo distract Pebble. I was literally trying to get all the twisteds rounded up. Block kept on taking the other twisteds. I can literally jungle on this floor. Yo. I can literally jungle on this floor. There's literally stream videos of me jungling on this floor. I'm also crashing out. I'm also crashing out. I'm also crashing out. I'm also crashing out. My twisteds were being taken from me, and I was trying to— oh shit. And I was trying to get them all, but I got mad. I got mad. Pebble's killing someone. Shrimpo outlives you yet again. I know, I know. Although this one probably wasn't really my fault because I was trying to get all of the twisteds. I was trying to round them up and Block kept on taking them and I was like, no! Oh, Shrimpo's dead. Shrimpo's dead again. Is anyone even on a machine? Rudy's on a machine. It is currently 10 o'clock though, and we did around 60 floors. We did about 60 floors on this stream. If y'all have— holy shit. I am shocked. That was wild. That was wild. Holy shit. Damn. Damn. Bro got smited. Dude, I really need to cut my hair. This shit is getting way too long. Like, so, let me put the flashlight in my face again, guys. So I usually have it, like, it's grown out since, like, March, I think. About that much. That is, where's my tape measure? Not even tape measure, it's a, there it is. That is about, what? So there? That's about 4 inches, dude. That is literally like 4 inches. That is legitimately 4 inches that my hair has grown since like March. Probably even May. Because I think I actually cut it and then dyed it in May. Cause like I also need to re-dye my hair because it's fading, as you can see. But it's like really fading. It used to be like a really pretty like dark purple. Twisted Louie looks pink. You're at 1, you're at 2, you're at... It's literally just the 2 of them. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Damn. It's literally just the 2 of them again. They outlived everybody again. That's the second time they've outlived everybody. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, 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 oh. Good night, Tism King. I think after this I might go ahead and raid somebody, but I will, like, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. If you are not in the Discord, join the Discord. Where's my phone? Oh, it's... Yeah, if you guys are not in the Discord, join the Discord. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of feel like not feel like... If you... Oh! Oh my gosh, that's so adorable! The V from the like earlier in the run. Holy shit. They drew Goob. They drew Goober. Oh my gosh, it's adorable. Oh my gosh, that's adorable. I think honestly I'm kind of tempted one day to like just do like one of those stages again, because I used to do the stages all the time in the older Discord whenever I was still Sunset Be Thick. But yeah. I feel like I should do that. I'm gonna spectate them until they die. They're both at 1. Should I make another prediction? Who dies first? Astro is currently having a standoff with Poppy, and Sprout is currently doing a machine. Sprout is also kind of having a standoff with Poppy. Poppy just wants to do a standoff with everybody. This gonna be wah. This gonna be wah. Astro is currently having a standoff with Louie. And Yada. Louie and Yada are tag teaming each other and currently chasing Astro. Like, Louie wanted Astro to go one way and Yada took Astro on the other way. Sprout is currently running from Louie. They're both tag teaming them. Yada has killed Sprout. Imagine it's a dial floor. Imagine Astro picks the dial floor. Her hitbox. No, you ran right into her. Nah, you ran. It was? Did you pick it? Oh my gosh, did you pick it? No, you didn't. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm not used to this floor being, like, floor 21, bro. Who else here, anyways? Boxton, Cosmo. Honestly, the dial floor is pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. Especially as a distractor, the dial floor is easy. Oh, there's Tegan. She's here to steal your tapes and your heart. And Cosmo, too. Rock and roll McDonald's dies. Perishes. Honestly, this run we didn't get too many mains. I think we only got like Astro once, we got Shelly once, and then I think we got V. No, we didn't get V this run. Or Sprout. But we did get Pebble. You have no heart. No heart at all. You have no soul. So that's how it goes. Just join me for eternally, Jane Doe. And she's asking, why, Lord, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why? Nope, we didn't. No one to sing, no one to... I don't think we did. I don't remember her. Not this run. I think we got it last run. Yeah, I think we got V last run, not this run. Yeah, that was last run. Yeah. Cupid, how can you be so... You can take tapes now, oh my gosh. Again, do I? Oh my gosh, it's boxed in. You had 1,300 tapes. You didn't heal Astro. Don't do it! Don't do it. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. That's not poggers, dude. That ain't poggers. I really need to cut my hair. I really need to cut my hair. It is so long. I hate that. Like, I'm like sitting here, like, I'm like, it reminds me of my fucking 2020 self when I had like this length hair. And I hate it. I don't think I can. Probably? Maybe? I don't know. Kablooey. What? You're kind of teleporting. I'm not seeing that. You're just kind of walking normally to me. It's my Powerade. I have very little left. If anybody says hydrate, I'm drinking half of that. Spelling today. I wanna have a full-time streaming career. I would love to have a full-time streaming career. I'm gonna give you a wizard. Can that wizard make me have a full-time streaming career to where I can get money and a lot of money? I wanna be like popular, like Dream SMP popular. That would be amazing. Oh my gosh, a moral support wizard? You're a wizard now, Harry. I hate wizards. Aw. Gets shot, dies again. Oh my gosh. I'm just watching this. I'm literally just watching this. How long will Astro go on for? The show must go on. Oh yeah. I have the little pumpkin. These are pumpkin spice, like chocolate covered almonds. They're good. They are pumpkin spice. And they are good. They are very good. Oh, I gotta close on Saturday. But yeah, these little pumpkins. They're pumpkin. I got them from Winco. Here. There you go. It's good. Oh, it's Roger. Good, it's yummy. Open, Roger. Open, Roger. Open, Roger. Opens, Roger. Opens, Roger in death. Did you know that Astro was my very first main? I used to be an extractor. Gee, hello, I'm Blah from earlier. I had no idea you were live when I joined, and after I died, I tried to look for the live, and if... Hi! You kinda... okay. I was trying to jungle kite them. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. I was trying to jungle kite them. I was trying to gather all of them. You took them, and I just, like, I kept 6-7. 6-7. Yeah, I was trying to jungle kite them. Sprout says hi, Blot. Sprout's also dead. Yeah, I was trying to jungle kite them, and then whenever you took them, it kind of messed up my rhythm. Yeah, I'm able to jungle kite them as long as, like, cause, yeah. As long as, yeah. Shrimpo says hi too, guys. Do you want a chocolate covered almond, or not chocolate covered, but it's like pumpkin spice chocolate, I guess. Here, you guys can have one. Actually, one of you guys can have an orange one. Here you guys go. Here you guys. Here you go. Oh. They're good. They're really good. I got it from Winco. But yeah, yeah. Okay, you got Brightney, you got Poppy, they're all just following each other. Oh, not Tisha. Yeah, as you can see, Astro is just like, you know, yeah. Oh my god, Astro finally gets a med. Is Astro gonna use the med? Yeah. There's literally nobody in this. There's nobody else in there. I'm literally waiting for Astro to die so that I can raid somebody. You should follow. What do I think Cosmo tastes like? Depends on the skin. He would be a Swiss roll. Someone should make, Quell should make a pumpkin spice version of Cosmo. Then he can be one of these. Because this is a pumpkin spice. This is a little Debbie's pumpkin spice roll. Thank you for the follow. Did I even fix that one? I don't even know if I fixed that Discord link. Is it the same? Let me see. Holy shit, I didn't fix it. I did not fix that. Manifesting state. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm trying to revive the Discord still. What the hell? I'm going to be playing during the update, by the way. I will be playing during the update. Dislink. Ow. Da, da, da. What's kind of funny is I can see whenever y'all, like, whatchamacallit? You joined off the Discord link. Oh yeah. Like, whenever y'all change your profile photos, I have a logging thing that shows me what y'all do. So it's kind of funny. Like, it'll also, like, do it with me as well. Hell yeah, I'm also in your machine. Funny thing, today was supposed to be a Minecraft stream. Today was literally supposed to be a Minecraft stream, but people, like, nobody, yeah, you literally are. Thing is, what? I'm hard, what? was gonna play on the hardcore world today, but I was like, I decided not to because I was like, you know, Salem Cat was like, you want to play Dandy's World, and I was like, I was gonna play hardcore Minecraft, but oh well. But then I was, yeah. Also, for some reason, are you having a stroke? Ass stroke? Are you having ass stroke? But for some reason, every time I'm like, I'm gonna play Minecraft, chat just dies. Y'all die. There are no chatters in my, like, Minecraft streams. Oh, you give up? Are you dying? Oh my gosh. Oh, there's Tisha. You should die to Yada. Yes. Die to Yada. 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 Ad starts in 52 seconds. Yes, give me money. Give me money. You should give me your money. If I die during an ad, can I have a peppermint? You can have a peppermint. It's too hot for me. Hey, you can have the peppermint. You don't like the peppermint. It's too spicy. Why'd you ask me for mint? I don't know. Boom! Explodes. Wee woo, wee woo. You get 5 big booms. Boom. Boom. Hello? I'm gonna clip that. Don't mind me. Oopsies. I thought I broke my mic there. Hold up, let me clip this, guys. That's not how you spell broke. That was funny. I don't know what. That's how you can tell. That's how you can tell. I don't want cardio ad. Burger King. Scratch that. I'm ready. Close up. Wow. Ha ha. I look so beautiful. Close up. Aw. Ha ha. It is 11:30. It's 8. It is 8 for you? Oh my gosh. It is 10:30 for me. I don't know. Bro said I don't know. that's kind of funny. Dog. Bark, bark. Watch him die during an ad. Is he trying to distract Brightney like he's, like, distracting Pebble? Is he trying to distract... Army ad. Bro's gotta join the army now. My best friend is in the Navy. One of my best friends is in the Navy. Are y'all free? Bro's got a Heinz ad. Zoom! Close up. Ha ha! I look so beautiful. I want to make an animation. Yippee! I want to make an animation with Obsidian with this. I'm not gonna lie. It would. You're still on ads. L, imagine. Imagine watching ads. Couldn't be me, the streamer. Couldn't be me. But it gets me money. It gets me money. Y'all get me money. Oh my gosh. Y'all get me money. Be afraid. So, y'all know the art. You're eating my. I don't even have a computer. I have a laptop. I do need a gaming computer though. Yeah. Y'all know the artist Hijinks. So, they posted on your W key stopped working. Oh shit. Medical. Aw. Bro's not gonna die! Damn. Dude, I need to raid somebody. I need to raid something. Oh, it's V. I will not falter! I will not falter! Let's see, Louis, Yada, V, Tegan... Tax lady. Brightney. Wow, 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 wow. Pure vanilla cookie. Oh gosh. I'm playing with Cookie Run Kingdom fans. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, I am never ever going to play Cookie Run Kingdom. I am never gonna play it. I'm never gonna play it. Those are not my types of games. Those are not my types of games. But gambling! Yeah, those are not my types of games. I don't like those types of games. Yeah, yeah. Also, I'm just gonna go ahead and raid someone. I'm gonna find someone to raid real quick, just so that, you know. Cause, yeah. We're gonna find a raidie. I like games like this, honestly. Chase Cube is live. Yeah, so chat, y'all are rocks. Whenever you raid somebody, you always type rock raid in their chat. Yeah, that's what you do. You basically throw yourselves, because you guys are rocks, you throw yourselves at the raidie, and you basically throw rocks at them. That's what I'm doing. I'm throwing rocks at the raidie. But yeah, I'm gonna start the raid. I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidie. Have fun. That is the most important bit. Get some sleep. Hydrate. De-stress yourself after stream. That's what I'm gonna do. Anyways. Bye, chat. Bye, chat. Bye-bye, guys. Bye. Bye. I'm giving you a chance to die. To die real quick to someone. Bye-bye, chat. Bye.